We are officially recording.
Well, last week was eventful. You heroes returned to Fiskbark, met with Thorum Frostgale, attended a memorial for his father, decided to investigate the mine despite warnings to the contrary. You were almost unable to get in, however, Balazar was able to magic his way through the collapsed entrance to allow the party to get inside. Once there, you had a combat with a mind flayer and some of his thralls. You were able to defeat said creature, however, Baldrum was lost when his brain was devoured by aforementioned mind flayer. Our party returned to Fiskarbach, rescuing some of the townspeople that had been lost before, or at least, I should say, bringing closure to their missing persons, is a better way to say that. Had another memorial for Baldrum, returned to Gunbar. The king gave everyone a feast, met the queen, and had a Northman ancestral ceremony that allowed everybody to access their spiritual connections to their weapons. And now the party is going to return to Neverwinter to warn the city of an impending pirate attack. I feel you, Baldrum. Or the player formerly known as Baldrum.
The party member formerly known as Baldrum.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we get on the ship and start sailing.
Yep, you guys do have a little bit of time if you want to do anything on your way out, or are we just heading straight to the longship Trana?
Well, I'd already gone and seen Granny Sea Hag, and she didn't have any interesting things to tell us.
Yeah, I think I'm good too.
Nothing for me.
Marcus? Or Max? You're good to
Nope.
go?
I'm good to go.
Alright.
Alright, I'm back.
Great.
I should also ask, can you guys hear my fan?
No.
Yes.
Perfect. It's super loud.
No, I can't.
Even if we could hear it, I would still be in favor of you having it on right now.
So the three of you head back to the Gundbar docks. As you're walking toward the dock where the Trana is berthed, you can see harbor not quite as busy, although it is getting close to spring. It appears as if the weather is souring and that winter is going to make one last bit of noise before fading away. There is a longship that has just left the dock or the harbor. And there's another longship next to the Trana that is just getting underway as the three of you board.
So, Brian, in the town before we... Wait, I'm dead. Never mind.
You are dead, but you can still ask questions.
I was going to try to buy something before I left the town, but I realized I'm dead.
That's amazing.
Impressive.
That would
Most
be impressive. Oh,
Baldrum still hasn't accepted it yet.
I know, right?
So I have a question, Brian, that I forgot to ask.
Fire away.
The Cuba Force, how much gold does it require to fix? I know I made
500
the
gold.
500 gold. Okay, and I know what magical shit I need to do it, and I know how to do it because I rolled high enough on Arcana.
You just need to get 500 gold worth of materials. And I think I said you would need to have somebody else do it. What did I say you could do it? I don't remember, honestly.
You said I could do it
Oh, there you go. So just 500 gold
because
pieces
I
of
rolled
materials.
like a 26 or something like that on my Arcana.
Well, if you're proficient in Arcana, that means you'd be able to technically make it. So if you can make it, I don't see why you couldn't repair it.
Sure. So the three of you board the ship that is currently, looks like the crew of said ship is making all of the last minute go-overs. The longship, like all of the longships in the King's Fleet, is in immaculate condition.
Do we have a different captain this time?
You do. Captain's name, he introduces himself. His name is Halvar. He is a kind of stereotypical looking Northman, you know, beard, burly, furs. The ship itself has shields mounted all along the length of the ship to give it a little bit more cover. And as you guys board the ship, it quickly becomes apparent that although the sailing ship that you went from Neverwinter to Gundbar on wasn't exactly luxurious, you could at least go below decks and lay on a cot and get some protection from the elements. There will be no such luxuries on the Trana. The longships do not have below deck. You will basically be exposed to the elements for the entire duration of your trip. You assume everybody is sleeping just on the deck because there's literally nowhere else to sleep. These ships are not cargo ships. There is no comforts whatsoever. It's very, very crowded. There's not even a wheel. It's a straight rudder in the back that two of those guys actually use to steer the ship. As you board, you notice it has a pretty gnarly looking ram mounted to the front of the ship right at the waterline. And everybody on board the ship is clearly crew or the captain, or standing out a little bit is a dark-haired woman with elvish features who is chatting up Captain Halvar. The two of them seem very friendly, and they're having a good laugh as you board the ship. Barring any reasons not to continue, after a few minutes of welcoming you on board and showing you where you can put your stuff to where it won't be in the way.
I would probably try to size up the elf and just kind of give her like an up and down and figure out what she's all about.
Do I notice this?
Oh, okay.
You're dead.
Make an insight check.
No, I'm kidding.
I'm not trying to hide it. So
That's not good.
You don't notice Raylan. Balazar, she looks jovial by her appearance and equipment. She looks like she would be in the same line of work that you guys are in.
by her appearance and equipment, what would I surmise that she's probably?
Well, Thomas, why don't you describe your character?
Excuse me, I'm eating a cracker. Bad timing. So this elven woman is not like traditionally beautiful, but she's got like this kind of very different look about her. She's like very, very pale, and she doesn't dress as ostentatious and as refined as a lot of other elves. She's got kind of this pretty standard, like what you'd get out of a basic adventurer's pack gear on. Just like very generic, very functional. But the pack itself is like very, very nice, very luxury. It looks like she doesn't have that many adventuring items actually with her, even though she's clearly dressed as an adventurer. She has what looks like mostly like what you'd pack for a road trip, like junk food, snacks, and comfort items and things like that. She's just laughing with the captain and just being like, "Oh, Halvar, you are too much sometimes." Oh, are these our passengers over here? I understand you've all have had a hard week from what I hear. Could I offer any of you a drink?
Of what?
Oh, well, I brought some very fine wines here from Neverwinter. It's not quite fresh, I'd say, but it's going to be better than the ale you'll find on board. And if anyone is in need of an upscale drink, I'd say it's you fine gentlemen and your companions here.
I
would
will
love
be
a drink.
trying.
Excellent. And she pulls out like a few like really nice, like they look like they were supposed to be like disposable cups basically, but they actually look like high quality. And she starts pouring out
High quality solo cups.
yeah, it's like they're like it looks like luxury disposable solo cups. She pulls out a few and a small like travel sized bottle of wine and pours everybody a drink and says, "Well then, new friends, what should we drink to?"
Perhaps passage being safe.
It's practical. You're a practical man. I like that. To safe passage then, friends. And she kind of raises her glass, looks around at all the sailors who are like not paying attention, just working on their ropes and things like that, and drinks it.
To safe passage it is.
I will drink it. How is it? Is it good? Does it taste good?
I'll drink too.
It probably tastes pretty good.
It's not corked wine, is it?
No, it probably wouldn't be corked wine.
So
You
what's
know
your
what I
name?
mean when I say that, right?
Yeah, it's just nice. It's gonna be nicer wine than you would have had in a while sleeping in like the fishing village. Like this is not fishing
Sure.
village drink.
It's not bathtub wine.
Yeah. No seawater involved.
Briny wine.
So what's your name?
My name's Raylan, and yours?
My name is Maximilian. This here is Balazar.
Balazakriv. And he'll kind of do like a slight bow.
I'm gonna lean in closely. Don't call him Bally, he doesn't like it.
Well,
do
then
if
of
you wanna
course
mess
I
with him.
shan't. Balazar, you strike me as a well-traveled man. You clearly don't hail from these parts. Tell me, what exotic lands are you from?
Demantha.
Timantha, I don't think I've had the pleasure. Perhaps when this is over, I shall take a trip.
You could.
Is there anywhere I must see? Any local hotspots or tourist attractions that I would be absolutely aghast if I were to miss while I was not there? What is your favorite place in Timantha?
I am not allowed back. I do not have a favorite place.
All right.
He's been through some stuff.
Haven't we all?
Yeah, that's true. What about you? Where are you from?
I'm from all over, but I'm here now, and that's what matters. Anyways, I've got these silk hammocks. They'll do you just fine for the voyage. A little nicer than what the crew will provide for you if you'd be interested. But I don't want me to be too rude and to pry. I just am excited to meet some new traveling folk that aren't from around here. You know, I mean, sailors are great, and everyone here is just fine. But if you talk to a couple fishing village sailors, you've talked to all of them.
Balazar is kind of looking around to see if she's saying this as loudly as he thinks she is. Like, are people taking umbrage at the words being said?
Nobody really seems to be paying all that much attention to you guys. They have plenty
Okay.
of things to do, basically.
Fair enough.
Well, as you folk are introducing yourself to one another, the crew throws the ropes off, and because the water is a little bit choppy and the wind is not cooperating, they do not unfurl the sails. They instead start putting out these long oars, and the crew starts rowing the Trana out to sea. It's actually an impressive sight. They're obviously very trained at this, and they move the ship expertly out.
You know, common historical misconception is that a lot of these ships that would have sweeps like that they would use slave labor to do that. Absolutely not. They had professional rowers because it takes a lot of skill to actually do that properly.
And my understanding is actually in Roman and Greek times, becoming a rower was a path out of slavery if you were a slave.
I believe that's accurate. But it was a professionally trained job. They did not just let people do it or have people do it who weren't trained.
That makes sense.
Well-
You're directing where your ship's going. You kind of want people that are good at that kind of thing.
Well, not just that. If you don't do it the right way, you don't. Not everyone's pulling in the right direction.
Right.
Right, you're just spinning in place.
Yeah.
So as the ship is being rowed out of harbor, Halvar approaches you and says, "I understand you're going to see the leaders in Neverwinter. That there's rumors of pirate attack, so we will be proceeding as fast as the weather can carry us. In perfect weather, we could make it in 3 days. However, he kind of gestures around. He goes, I don't think we will have perfect weather, so somewhere between 4 and 6 days, depending on how the weather holds up."
I am fearing that it is worse than just pirates.
Hey, Balazar, you can't make the wind go in that direction, can you?
I cannot.
Worse than pirates, you say? What is this? Any particular bane we should be frightened of, dear Balazar?
Probably not on the voyage, but I am not knowing for sure.
There was a thing with a tentacle face that bit the guy's head and slurped out his brains. And ate him.
Raylan's eyes would kind of light up at that, and she'd go, "Really? That's fascinating. Please, I'd love to hear about your experience with this creature."
Halvar looks like he's like, what in the is wrong with these people?
I would, unless Balazar stops me, I would just tell Raylan all about it. Maybe exaggerating a little bit.
Doesn't
Balazar
need
isn't gonna stop.
exaggeration.
It doesn't need exaggeration. He was 20 feet tall. Yeah, Balazar won't stop you. Like,
This really
He's-
mean dwarf that we had went in.
this
fighting him.
really mean dwarf that we had.
He was kind of a dick, but
Oh shit, I lost my hit point maximum. I don't remember why did that disappear?
I noticed that too when I was messing with the tokens. It does not have it there.
What was it?
I do not recall. We can always check the VOD if you really want to.
Yeah, I'll do that real quick. Don't mind me.
We
You've got that one up, right, Jay?
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
we've got to stop getting in these situations, Marcus, where my character is feeling the need to attack yours.
Baldwin felt the same way, Leodell. That's why they got along.
Well, he's basically just calling my newly dead friend mean and a dick.
I probably would have said it exactly like that, but I would have kind of
Sure.
meant that a little bit.
Anyone
Half joking.
anyone watching Leah closely would notice that she's gripping her newly purchased longbow a little harder than normal.
When Raylan talks, she almost has this like air of authority about her when she's asking questions. Even though she's very nice and pleasant about it, it's like she's very expectant that she'll get an answer. And you can tell just kind of on your voyage with her throughout the day, as she's kind of looking over the various sailors and workers and stuff. Even though she has no authority here, and like, who cares what they think? Everyone looks a little uncomfortable when she's like watching what they're doing. It's like if your manager was watching you.
As the ship proceeds out into the open ocean, the gray impending weather all about you, the abnormally large waves that the ship crashes into and out of, soaking everybody on board. Halvar, yelling to get over the sound of the ocean, points out you can see another longship, not close, but close enough to see, heading in approximately the same direction as you guys. And he goes, as he points to it, he says, "That's the Barden! Captain Larson! He's the one that's taking your message to Waterdeep." "Good man, Larson."
Is that a reference to someone I know, Brian?
No, actually, it wasn't meant that way, but
That's funny.
That's funny.
I could see how you would take that.
It's like, wait, are we having a guest? No.
And over the next few days, the ship does put its sails up and moves mostly over under sail power, though the weather is certainly not cooperative. The waves are choppy. There is light rain or snow, depending on how cold it is. There's the deck gets slippery. Sleeping on the ship is miserable and uncomfortable. But the ship is fast.
Brian, there is one thing I wanted to do. I forgot to mention.
Fire away.
We have a piece of rusted iron armor, like very rusted iron armor.
Oh, we do.
And we have a piece of very damaged plate mail. I would like to use mending while we were on this journey to attempt to restore them.
Okay, I think you should be able to do that. The pieces were non-magical, right? They were just like generic.
Yeah, they were non-magical as far as I know.
I would say.
Well, if they're magical, they wouldn't be able to be in that condition anyway.
Also true.
So
yeah, over the course of the journey, you should be able to do that, despite the boat slamming up and down and side to side.
And I made a con save for seasickness just in case.
Excellent.
Looks like I did pretty well.
You may choose to do that if you think it would be appropriate for your character riding in a small ship through rough seas. But it would basically be for flavor purposes only if you're puking all over the place or you're riding it out.
The iron armor, what type of iron armor is it?
We'll say it was a breastplate.
Okay.
Nice.
I'm sorry, Brian. You asked if our characters are doing fine.
I said if you want to make a Constitution save for seasickness, if you think that would be relevant for your character, you may do so. But it's flavor purposes only.
I think Raylan would be the opposite of seasick. She's like in ecstasy every time a big wave hits. She's like, woohoo!
It's like, oh boy, I hope we run into a rogue wave. And everyone else on the ship is going, what?
She's like doing the Titanic thing where she's like standing at the front of the ship, but just like with waves crashing over her and like knocking her down.
I was actually going to ask, does this have a head ornament or anything on the front of the ship?
It does, like all Viking longships. It has a serpentine-looking, kind of dragon-esque head on the front. You get the feeling when you look at it, it's more of a sea serpent than a dragon, but kind of similar.
Am I able to go up there and sit on it throughout most of the day while we're going?
I would not recommend doing that. I think that's a terrible idea.
Good way to go overboard.
And then immediately under the ship.
Yeah.
If
Keel haul
it was
yourself.
smooth water, you probably could do it easily enough, but
Okay, we need him to play a new character anyway. We've got too many rangers.
so the Trana slogs its way eastward. You can definitely see the Barden as the ship travels. kind of as you crest the waves, you can see it in the distance, and then you'll lose sight of it, and then you'll see it once more. You get the feeling, because he's not really, you guys are heading straight to Neverwinter. It's like a straight shot east. He's going the same direction you are, and Halvar explains these ships aren't spectacular in the open water, and that Captain Larson is probably getting closer into shore, and then he'll turn south for a smoother sailing, basically.
That's a man who knows how longships work.
Yep.
Well done, Brian.
Yep.
At the start of the first full day, when like after we've gone to bed and woken up, I would attempt to make the carvings into the deck like I did last time for my ritual, unless someone tried to stop me.
I don't think anybody would try to stop you. They would look at you odd, and it would be difficult to do it given the circumstances of the ship. But with a little bit of persistence, you can get it done.
I would do that, and then
What are you doing?
I am praying.
You have to cut pieces out of the ship to pray?
Balazar will finish the carving and gesture towards like the glyphs he's made and says, "These are important to the ritual."
Why?
He'll kind of squint at her. Do you not have religious ritual where you are from?
No, we do. I was just curious about yours.
I am doubting that you know much about mine.
That's why I'm asking questions.
They are important.
Sounds very bureaucratic.
It's not bureaucratic, it's tradition.
Tradition. Interesting.
And he'll pull out the kind of the incense burning thing and the salt and do his prayer and throw the salt into the incense to make it flare, and then he'll start packing it all up again. And he'll use mending to repair the carving he's made in the deck.
So the ship slogs its way eastward. Despite the weather, it does seem to be making pretty good time. And on the morning of the 4th day of the journey, you get the impression from Captain Halvar that he anticipates arriving in Neverwinter very late the next day. So you're pretty close to the city itself. As the prana crests one of these large waves, which have become slightly more mild as they've gotten closer to the shore, you see the Barden has changed course, not for the south as you expected, but for the north. And that's because in the direction of the course change, the Barden appears to be heading toward 2 ships that you can barely make out kind of at the range of how far you can see.
Are we changing heading as well?
It looks like Captain Halvar is trying to figure out what's going on, and he hasn't quite decided yet.
Can we see those ships well enough to know, like, certainly we probably can't tell what colors they're flying, but...
Make a perception check.
Well, I will guide myself.
I would like to as well, if I could.
Mm-hmm. With disadvantage, I should say, due to the weather and distance.
So it's a 14 for me and a 20 for Marcus.
Max, as you kind of squint and hold your hand over your eyes to shield it from the piercing rain, you can see the ships that the Barden has changed course too. They appear to be fairly close to one another, and they are side by side, or close to side by side, as close as two ships are going to get in this kind of weather.
I don't get anything other than that.
Nope, not at this distance.
I would just tell the captain that. That's all I can see.
At this point, you can see the captain has gone kind of to the back of the ship, where you can kind of see past the sails, and he gets out a single telescope, and he looks, and he says, "Oh!" and he starts yelling at his crew to match the course of the Barden. And he says, "That's one we've been looking for a long time. That ship has been causing problems up and down the coast."
Pirates, huh?
Yes, they've been a huge problem lately, stretching the fleet very thin.
All right, let's kill him.
He goes, "I think we'll be there too late." He goes, "Look, Larson has him dead to rights. The ship doesn't have its sails down, the wind is heading to the wrong direction, and Larson has aimed right at his midships. He should hit him dead in the side. There may not be anything left when we get there."
By the way, Brian, I'm still ritually casting water breathing every day.
Okay.
Just so you know, just
Sure.
so that's out there.
Raylan would kind of like try to like smile sweetly at the captain as most as she can in a rainstorm on a boat, and say something like, "Come on, Halvar, I've never seen a dead pirate. It'll be fun, please."
Well, you'll see him in the water when we get there, sure enough. Something that you guys have picked up on over the last few days as you've been traveling and kind of chatting with Halvar and the crew is you've really gotten a sense of just how bad the pirate activity has been the last few weeks.
And how much they hate them.
Not just how much they hate them. The King's fleet is the pride of the island nation of Gundarloon. These guys are all pros. These ships are expertly crafted. They're very good at what they do. But they've been really pushed to the limits of their exhaustion. As even though the King's Alliance has Neverwinter and Waterdeep, the Gundarloon has probably the largest navy or close to it amongst them, and they've really been pushed by their king to kind of make an impression on the value of what they can contribute to the Alliance. And although the pirate menace has been obviously has been problematic, from the perspective of the king, it's been good for him to show what they can contribute to the Alliance.
Mm-hmm.
And as a result, he's been really pushing his ship captains to protect the shipping lanes and the ships. And you heard from the captain and all of the crew members just like they've never seen the level of pirate activity that they have, and how it's almost choked off some of the trade routes, and it's really been a really big deal, to the point where you guys kind of didn't realize just how bad it had gotten until you were chatting with these gentlemen on the ride over. And Alvar carries on. "We don't know her name," he's referring to the pirate ship, "but she has been all over the place. We can never seem to catch her, and I think we may finally have her." And you can see the Barden getting closer, and Petrana is changed courses to arrive on her heels. moment.
I was beginning to think you were going to have us go with no ship combat.
What a shame
I
it
mean-
would be to be on a ship with no ship combat.
That would be a waste of an opportunity, wouldn't it?
So we're on this ship further south here?
That's correct.
Okay.
So we are going to. Where is it? Let me get it here. I kind of redid some of my stuff here. Give me a minute to find this.
Thomas,
Yeah.
you need to change your name in Roll20. You're still Baldrum Locke.
It should change on its own.
Maybe I need to refresh. Still up. Now it's changed. Okay.
And
You sounded like an overly concerned grandmother there for a second there, Grendel. Baldrum, don't forget your sweater, Baldrum.
Don't forget it. Don't forget,
Baldrum, don't forget your lunch.
don't forget your brain.
Don't forget your brain. I know that creature slipped it out of your head, but you need it.
You'd lose your brain to a mind flayer if it wasn't attached. Oh no.
oh no. Oh
You'd
dear.
lose your brain if it wasn't inside your skull. Oh dear.
Oh crap.
all right. So as the Barden is approaching said unnamed pirate ship, whoops, wrong thing. Hold on. Emerging from the water below the longship ahead of you are these massive tentacles that erupt out of the water
Oh
and
shit.
seem to engorge the longship ahead of you.
I cast Mage Armor. That's a Kraken.
It hits the longship 3 times.
Interesting timing for a fucking Kraken attack. We need to go the other direction.
I thought you wanted to
Thomas-
see the dead pirates.
No, we need to go the other direction.
Do you have your next character prepared already?
It does 108 damage to the to said ship. To the Barden. You can see the tentacles wrapping around the ship, and the hull start to crush under the tentacles. Let me see which component of the ship that damaged.
Should have known something was going to happen. This captain was way too confident. Well, he's right, though. There's going to be nothing left by the time we get there.
You can actually see the hull start to crack along the side as it takes as the tentacles wrap around. You can see the Northman sailors being flung from the ship ahead of you and splashing into the water around it.
The other way, Captain!
The longship is now grappled. And this would be your guys' ship, actually. And you see Captain Halvar, his eyes go wide, and he immediately starts ordering his crew to turn the ship in the other direction and basically head due east as fast as possible, directly away from the Kraken. The ship turns pretty quickly despite the weather, and you all watch in horror as the tentacles, you never even see the rest of the creature, only the tentacles slowly crushing this longship. Eventually it snaps in half, and you can see all of the sailors and crew from said longship splashing around in the water as your ship sprints eastward.
There's nothing that can be done from them, unfortunately.
Raylan would just be, even if the ship's turning, just like as close to the action as possible, just like watching what's going on, just like
I picture
eyes
you
locked
like
ahead.
I picture you like Arya Stark the first time that the dragons flew overhead.
Kinda, yeah.
Make a perception check, Raylan.
She's just fascinated.
Like everyone else is running and hiding, she like pops out of the line and like eyes wide. Yeah.
Max is drawing his bow. Hey Balazar, should I shoot this thing?
I am not knowing. This thing is very scary.
And as the fellow sailors of the King's Fleet watch on in horror as their companions are all, you would assume, to be killed to a man, either from the Kraken attack or the stormy water, the ship goes eastward, and it's a very quiet evening. That night, as the ship continues its journey to Neverwinter.
Well, Captain, I think I know why it's been such a problem. Why the spiders have been such a problem.
And the ship does arrive safely in Neverwinter right as the sun is setting the next day.
Raylan would be going around, just checking all the crewmates, like, hey, that was really hard to see. Are you okay? Do you need anything? Making sure everybody's drinking water, and then she'd go over to the, Maximilian and Balazar, be like, that was truly a terrifying creature. Are you all okay? Do you need anything? Water? I have more drink if that's your tonic to steal your nerves from such a traumatizing incident.
They would definitely take drink from you, but they're all pretty shaken up.
Yeah, she'd give away the rest of her wine and just go around checking on everybody. Still,
what type of armor is she wearing?
None.
None? Okay.
She has no armor, and she has a rapier that's not like sheathed at her side. It's just like stuck through a hole in the pants. Then she just puts it back through the same hole to leave it at her side.
You said she's very pale.
Yep. Not pale, isn't it? Almost like sickly, rather than like doesn't see the sun a lot.
Interesting.
Would Balazar or Max need anything when she checks on them? Just saying, it's gotta be traumatic. Yeah, are you doing okay?
I want to be looking at her and comparing the way she looks to. I'm gonna message you, Brian.
She would just go over to Leodell and Max and. Are you all doing okay? I understand that was probably pretty traumatic to watch all those sailors die. It was horrible. I know I'm shaken up, and I just thought I'd come over and see how you're all faring.
I'm fine. I've seen worse.
Honestly, been sort of par for the course. recently.
When Max says he's fine, he doesn't look fine, honestly. He looks like he's sick.
Oh dear. Please, she would take out her fancy silk bedroll that she has and be like, please take this for tonight. You don't look well.
No, I'll be fine.
You know that
It
trauma
happens from time to
trauma
time.
can affect you even inwardly, you know? Seeing something like that, it builds up and you may be feeling physical effects that you haven't processed mentally yet. You could be in shock.
No, this isn't trauma.
Well, you certainly don't look right. I can't help but think I'm concerned.
I'll be fine in a couple days.
Balazar, you're awfully quiet. Are you okay? Perhaps when we get to Neverwinter, you can find someone to talk to. I want to make sure everyone here is not scarred by this horrible travesty we've all witnessed together.
I am usually being quiet.
All right.
So, you arrive in Neverwinter. It said right as the sun is starting to set, fairly late in the evening. Worth noting, as the ship makes its way into Neverwinter, are the 3 floating earthen moats that exist outside of the city of Neverwinter. Basically, one just to the north of the harbor, one just a little ways north of the harbor / opening of the mouth of the Neverwinter River, one to the south of the mouth of the Neverwinter River, and one basically in the harbor are these like giant floating, like, think of icebergs, but they're earth. They're just like floating in the air. A few about 100 feet up. They're each connected to the ground in different ways, either ladders or chains or ropes. And each one of them has its kind of own thing going on, but we didn't touch on that when you all left Neverwinter, so worth pointing them out on the way back in. See here.
Brian, you keep creating scary things for us. I was like, oh, well, this trip won't be that bad. We might just have to deal with pirates. But hey, at least there will be no tentacle monsters. And then
There
there's
was a tentacle monster. I knew something was wrong when he kept saying, "Oh, they've got him now. Look at
What could possibly go wrong? We have him right where we want him. That Captain Larson is such a good man. Nothing terrible should ever befall him."
Well, I was expecting the pirate ship to just suddenly like open up with cannons and just fuck Larson's day up.
I thought the ship was just going to explode or something. It was just like, Larson sure is invincible over there. I was like, oh no, poor Larson.
Quick, does anyone have a black spot on their hand?
Mm-hmm.
So the ship does dock inside Neverwinter Harbor. You can tell as it's pulling in, it's probably the last ship pulling in before nightfall. And as it pulls up next to the dock, you can see Captain Halvar quickly gets off the ship, and he waiting kind of at the entrance of the dock where the ship is a blue-skinned woman with looks like some kind of guard, and Captain Halvar and her start conversing. Basically, he's like off that ship even before the ship is fully docked.
Blue-skinned woman.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of blue skin does she have? Like, what race does she look like?
Well, if you get off the ship and walk up the docks, as you get closer, you can tell she has this odd effect around her. It seems like as the ocean water splashes up from the docks, when it gets close to her, it kind of she's almost acting as like a gravity to like the splash of the water, and it kind of circles her before falling back down. It's like her presence is having some kind of an effect on the water itself.
Weird.
As you approach, you get the impression that Captain Halvar is relating what happened to her. So she knows. She appears to be some person of relevance in the city.
Okay, but what race is she?
She is a water genasi.
Ah. Okay.
Hello.
So you have arrived in Neverwinter? What now?
I want to go talk to the water genasi.
Okay. As you walk up, it looks like Captain Halvar is just kind of wrapping up his description of what happened. And she thanks him for the information, and she says she'll make sure the appropriate people are notified. And she kind of nods at you and turns to walk away.
Oh, fine. I'll talk to Halvar then. Captain, are you doing all right? What does your future look like? Your immediate future? I can't imagine you'll be sailing anywhere anytime soon.
No rest for the weary. We will be restocking and back on patrol probably in a day or so. I have to keep the boys busy so they don't dwell on this tragedy.
Oh, well, I wish you fair winds and that you don't become a part of the next tragedy. Truly, with that beast out there, anybody could go anytime.
Yes, I suppose that's true. And he walks away.
Farewell, all. Back to work.
I know what you are now, Thomas. It took me a while to realize, but I think I know what you are.
I don't think you do.
I think I do.
All right, well, what is the plan now that we're in Neverwinter?
Well, while Raylan is talking with the captain, I imagine us three would be discussing that we probably need to go. Is it the Lord's Alliance that we need to talk to, Brian?
Yeah, the Lord's Alliance is the kind of overarching alliance between most of the Good Alliance cities in the Sword Coast, but of course they all of them have their own. Neverwinter has its own leadership, and Waterdeep has its own leadership, and Gwyndabar and
Sure.
Baldur's Gate, they all have their own leadership.
But we need to be relaying. Balazar would be saying that we need to relay that this is not just a pirate attack or a shipwreck. This is something more than that. And tell them about the Mind Flayer, even though we wouldn't know what to call it.
All right. Well, who are you going to go tell that to?
Probably the people who gave us the mission in the first place, yeah?
Well, the person that gave you the mission in the first place was that kind of bored-looking city official who didn't really seem to think that this mission was very important. His name was Joseph Bray.
I'm trying to go above him, then.
Okay. Well, that would either be to the town mayor or to the leader of Neverwinter itself, the gentleman whose name I'm going to remember in a moment, which would be Lord Neverember, is the leader of Neverwinter, and the mayor's name is Thoman Galt.
Well, try to start at the top and work our way down if he won't meet with us, I guess.
Yeah, Raylana would ask if she can come with you guys. She'd just be like, I'm very interested to learn more about this horrible creature you've all encountered. It sounds quite terrifying. Would you mind if I accompany you all? Perhaps I can be of some assistance. I have a fair amount of connections and Well, I'm a bit of a diplomat. I can perhaps help you find someone. I can help perhaps get you to the right people to tell your story to, if you'd allow me to come along.
I'm gonna insight check and I'm gonna guide myself. Is she telling the truth? Oh, maybe I can get a 10. Oh, sorry, that's a D10. I got a 10.
You did roll a D10. Oh, you're trying to roll a D4.
I was trying to roll a D4, but both results were a 10. Interestingly enough.
So you got
I got
10
a 10.
then. Okay.
Yeah.
If she seems truthful, as best you can tell.
I am not seeing the harm in it.
Well, you would know that both the mayor and Lord Neverember make residence in Castle Never.
Oh, easy. If we can't make it to one, maybe we can make it to the other.
Excellent. Come along then. And she would start walking off that way.
All right.
Balazar's going to fall back a little bit behind her and kind of whisper to both Leodell and Max. What are you thinking of this Raylan person?
I don't know.
He's very curious.
I am not
She has a
sure
lot of
that-
curiosity.
I am not sure I am trusting her, but perhaps she can be helpful.
Oh no, it's too soon to be able to trust her. Don't even know her very well. And I would also say something to Balazar Draconic. Well, I'll message you that in Discord.
Okay.
All right, to the castle then.
Castle. So it's as you can tell, it's not a very far walk from the docks to Castle Never. The castle has seen a lot of action, I think is the nice way to say it, just as the city of Neverwinter has also done so. Most of the castle, though not all of it, has been reconstructed, and enough to where the Lord, the Mayor, and his court now reside here permanently. But you can see the results. You can see the results of all of the damage and reconstruction pretty evidently as you walk up.
I'm sorry, repeat that last part just one more time for me, Brian.
You can see that it's been like demolished and reconstructed, right? It's not
Okay.
all in its original state. You can kind of tell that it's a little patchwork, if you will. The part that's been repaired is in good shape, but there is still a sizable portion of it that is not completely repaired. And as you approach the gate to Castle Never, you're challenged by a guard who asks your business.
What was the guy's name that we're here to see?
Either the mayor, whose name
Who's the higher up one?
That's Lord Neverember.
Raylan and company, here to see Lord Neverember. This is time sensitive. I don't think you'll want to be kept waiting. Please open the gate.
Do you have an appointment?
It's a matter of city security regarding the Kraken attack that happened recently. You do not want to be the one that denied us entrance with this pressing message.
Make a persuasion check.
Balazar is going to lean forward and say, whisper in her ear, "This is also work for the Lord's Alliance. Maybe you are informing them of this," and will also sneakily cast guidance as he does that.
But what kind of check, Brian?
Persuasion.
Can I do intimidation?
Sure.
Add a D4 because I guided you.
I'm trying to act like we're supposed to be here, and he's the guy that's in the wrong.
That's a 25.
Yeah.
He says, Kraken attack, you say? That sounds...
I don't have time to catch you up on all of the news throughout the entire city. Please open the gate.
Well, let me, please wait here. I'll see what Lord Neverember has to say. And he leaves his bored friend there and walks through the gates into the castle. He does seem to be walking quickly, though. You did seem to get some sense of urgency from him.
Sorry, Balazar. I didn't mean to talk over you there. I can really get a bit heated in my my negotiations, I suppose.
You are being more compelling than any of us, most likely.
I usually get what I want.
After a few minutes, moment here. Shoot. Uno momento.
There's that beach Leviathan dog again.
I know, the thing's everywhere.
It is. It's like it's following us.
And that's a confirmation.
It's a magical
said,
dog. It's a magical dog that can cast sending.
The sending is just barks in your head.
Yep.
I mean, it could just be a blink dog.
We ever get chased by the Kraken, we're throwing that dog overboard first thing.
Okay. After a one moment. Oops. After a couple of minutes, he returns. Oh, actually,
Aren't we given a letter from the king of the harbor city for the leaders of Neverwinter? We were
I think we were.
No.
No, I don't think you were given a letter to go. They were given a letter to give to the king there, but I don't think you were given a letter to give to these guys.
Well, right. So that's what we should be going to try to see is the king.
No, the king on the island. We got a letter from the Jarl of Fiskerbach to take to the king of Gunderloon or whatever.
Yeah, but they said that they needed to send word of the. I guess we're just transporting the word.
Yeah, you guys are the message,
Okay. Good thing we didn't get eaten by the Kraken.
right? All right, one moment.
Side note: someone's gonna need to warn Waterdeep because Larson ain't doing it.
That's true. Well, I mean, we can give the word to them. They can get word to the. They can get word to Waterdeep. They have more resources than we could ever have,
It's true. Surely one of these people here can cast sending.
right? It's got to be a sending network.
Whoops, that is not what I meant to do.
I could watch Jack Sparrow being eaten by a Kraken all day.
Those movies are so good. I don't care what anybody says. The first three are great.
Yeah.
I mean, great.
I
Shut
loved
your
them.
mouth, Brian.
I loved them.
Entertaining, highly entertaining.
I'll have to tell you guys a story about
Perfect.
that sometimes. My Pirates of the Caribbean movie experience.
The first one I'd call a good movie. The others, but entertaining. All right. Anywho, there we go.
I found a picture of Thomas at the theater when he was watching Pirates of the Caribbean.
It's pretty good.
But that was a picture of me when I saw him say the word Kraken.
Hey, Spotify, you're fired.
Spotify?
I spelled it wrong. That's why it didn't work. There we go. After a few minutes, the guard comes back out and looks a bit sheepish, but he says, Lord Never Ember will see you. But keep it fast, he's very busy.
As am I. Open the gate.
And they open like a side door, not the big gate, but a side door. And he shows you through to kind of like a... like
Thomas,
a small, like
stomps his foot and is like, "No, the gate! I'll only go through the gate."
it's like a it's like a small like sitting room at the entrance to the keep, and there waiting for you is Lord Neverember.
Did we bring the head with us, I wonder? Or did we give it to...
The Mind Flayer head? No, we
did give it to them. Okay.
Yeah.
He says, well, you interrupted my dinner. This better be good. That fool says you claimed there was a kraken.
Lord Protector, I have quite a tale for you that me and my companions just experienced. A harrowing journey, and it has implications for the security of not only Neverwinter, but for the entire Sword Coast at large.
You're very dramatic.
These are dramatic days we live in, Lord Protector. On our way back from Grunberg, a small fishing village, we observed pirates, seemingly with the influence and favor of a kraken, tear asunder Captain Larson's ship right in front of our eyes. Sailors drowning. And sinking with them are our hopes of safety and security in this city. As Lord Protector, it is your responsibility to make sure that we're all safe here. And my companions here...
Salazar's going to put a hand on your shoulder and be like,
"You are being very intense."
I apologize. It's been a stressful few days. And
You've told them of Kraken. We have to tell them of what we came here to tell them.
Lord Protector, in exchange for this information, my companions here would like to inform you of another trouble they're having. And see if you can offer any assistance.
As you're telling him this story, he goes through a quick plethora of emotions. He kind of raises his eyebrows. He rolls his eyes at one point. He walks to a nearby table. He pours himself a drink. You get the feeling if he had a watch on, he would be looking at his watch. And then when you said it's your responsibility, he appears to be a little irritated with you. And at the end of all of that, he goes, "Well, I will confirm the story of the Kraken attack. That is definitely good information to know. We will put the word out to all of the Lord's Alliance ships to be wary. I don't think a Kraken poses a direct threat to the city itself. But it is good information to know. What other threat is this that you speak of?" And he takes a long pull from his drink.
Me and my companions.
Balazar will gesture towards Leodel and Max.
Were sent on a task coming from the Lord's Alliance to go to Gundaloon and investigate what we were told was a ship crash. When we get there, we are told the ship falls from the sky. When we find the ship, this is looking like no seafaring vessel I have ever seen. We investigate and find this being that is looking human, but yellow-skinned and not having a nose, who attacks us after he is dying. His brain grows legs and crawls out of his skull and attacks us. We investigate more on the island, and this creature,
He'll pull the head of the Illithid out of his bag.
Attacks us, and...
Did you guys keep the head? I thought you
Yeah.
gave it to...
No, we kept the head. We showed the head to the guy, but we kept it because we wanted to bring it back for proof.
It's probably gross now.
Probably,
very gross now.
but identifiable.
This creature attacks us and consumes the brain of one of our compatriots. We do not know what it is.
He kind of strokes his chin for a minute, sets his drink down.
Ooh.
He says, "Well, that is a lot of information to process. Is that all?"
We still have the papers that we found. Didn't we find like a map that had
We
all
did.
the major? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Oh yeah, that's probably important.
We are also receiving a map that we believe shows places pirates are targeting.
And I will step forward and hand him the map.
The Kraken pirates.
He looks at it and he says, "Well, the pirates have been active and bold the last few weeks, but to launch a direct attack on Neverwinter and Baldur's Gate and Waterdeep in particular, they would have to be crazy, don't you think?"
If they are having a kraken, perhaps not.
Perhaps not. Well, this map in of itself, though compelling, doesn't really provide very much information. He hands it back to you. He goes, "Do you know when they're going to attack?
We are just receiving the map.
Do you know with what force they're going to attack with?"
We are just receiving the map.
My Lord Protector, we are but humble adventurers. We were unable to draw any direct connections, but we were sent here from the king on the island after we made these discoveries to him to just give you this message, to allow you to know that somebody connected to all of these things that killed our friend is planning on coming after the biggest cities on the Sword Coast.
Well, I would love.
We don't have any direct information more than that, but we felt it was our obligation to at least give you the information we had, so that if you felt compelled, you could run with it.
Well, I'll be honest, I do feel compelled, but the only information I have is that pirates may, at some point, maybe in the near future, maybe 10 years from now, attack when some amount of unknown force. It's very hard to act with so little information, and you sell yourself short. Neverwinter was built, saved, and rebuilt on the backs of adventurers. Why don't you find this information out for me? Go, investigate, talk to people. There's people in the docks, there's temples, there's magical practitioners. I'm sure if you put your mind to it, you can find some more information for me that will be actionable, that I can protect the city.
You will give me access to the libraries, yes?
Well, that is up to the acolytes who live there. I can, of course, ask them, but I certainly won't command them to do so.
Any assistance is being appreciated.
What a dick.
But if you get me actionable information, I will, of course, reward you. Neverwinter has always been grateful to the adventurers who help protect her.
We will be trying to get more information. We might perhaps need to return to Gundaloon at some point to gather information about this tentacled creature. Would
Perhaps,
you provide?
but I would suggest visiting the House of Knowledge first if you can get access. There's
Yes.
untold amounts of knowledge there. I'm confident that you can learn something there.
Thank you for your time, Lord Protector.
I
You'll be able
am.
to get us entrance into the House of Knowledge.
That's what I was asking him to do. It's dependent on the acolytes. He can
Yeah,
put in
he
a
already
good
said
word.
no.
He said he would put in a word, but he can't command it.
If he could send us a writ, saying that we're acting on his behalf, perhaps.
I'm sure I can get us inside.
Well, I will tell the guards that if you come to see me, to come right to me, and I hope you will have this information soon. Since we don't know when they attack, they could attack tomorrow, perhaps. We just don't know.
And did I get the vibe that he did not know what the head of this creature was?
You definitely got that vibe, yes.
Okay.
I rolled an intelligence check for him to see if he knew.
He did not.
He did not.
We will be going now. I am thanking you for your time.
I thank you for your time. I look forward to hearing from you all soon. And the guard shows you back out. By the time you get back outside, it is dark once again. Streets have low light. Still raining. Wind has died down a little bit, but it is cold.
Shall we be looking for a tavern to stay?
I suppose.
Well, you guys do know of one, which was the Beach Leviathan.
I imagine that's quite a distance, though, isn't it?
You guys not on the map? Oh, no, you are. No, it's actually very close.
Oh, okay.
We're at Castle Never, right?
Yeah, you're at Castle Never.
Yeah, that's pretty close.
Oh, yeah, it's super close. Yep. All right.
It's like
To the Beach
700 feet away.
Leviathan.
How nice was the Beach Leviathan? I forget.
Decent.
The Beach Leviathan was the one that was built from the recovered wreck of a pirate ship.
Sure.
It was basically like a sailor's dive bar, so it wasn't particularly nice, but it was busy.
Probably better than the one in Gunderloon.
No, actually, the one in Gunderloon would have been nicer.
Oh, okay.
No, well, no, let me rephrase. The one in Gunderloon that you guys stayed in was nicer.
Fair.
If you were comparing sailor and pirate dive bars, this one is nicer than the one in Gunderloon.
Okay.
You guys stayed in the nice place in Gunderloon.
And what time of day is it?
It's nighttime. Just maybe an hour after sunset.
Can I ask around to see if there's a nicer
Absolutely.
tavern anywhere in the
make it-
area?
Make an investigation check.
God, I don't do those. Let's see.
I will make one as well for
12.
All right, one moment.
18. Actually, wait. 20.
Hold on.
I just had a thought about guidance, because with guidance you can still fail. Do you think guidance is actually not really a spell, but it gives people kind of a placebo effect that makes them better at what they're doing?
Maybe. The philosophy of Dungeons and Dragons. Sorry, here. I'm looking at the other places real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Big city.
It is.
We asked the guard, and the guard is thinking very critically about what there is in the area.
He does. There is another tavern called the House of a Thousand Faces, but it is a tavern only, not a
Not a place to sleep.
Not a place to stay, right? Which is not on this map for some reason, which is odd, but okay. And let's see. Hold on. It would be. Nope. Check. I'm gonna do this. This is gonna make my life easier.
Does a Beach Leviathan fit Raylan's standards?
You'd have to ask her. The House of a Thousand Faces is somewhere in here. Oh, I put it in the wrong layer, so you can't see it. Hold on. Somewhere in there, that big circle by the Blue Lake District. And there is, I know, at least one other place in here.
Well, that one's not too far. Is the House of the Thousand Faces pretty nice?
That's the one where it's a tavern, but not an inn. What in the world? Hold on, I know there's another one here.
I just realized there's only 3 bridges across the river, and they're all at the delta.
Yep, terrible bridge design.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Traffic must be horrible around.
Raylana needs to speak to an architect immediately.
He also said, well, of course you can always go to the Moonstone Mask. You can always stay there, and he has a little bit of a smirk on his face as he says that.
Oh, that's the shit tavern.
And then there is one other.
Do I know what he means? What he meant by that smirk?
Make an insight check.
Nope.
3.
You're not sure.
Probably not.
And then there is also Driftwood Tavern, which is the kind of the higher end inn and tavern.
Oh, they're all right out here on the docks.
Right. Well, Moonstone Mask is actually located on the floating earth moat that's floating in the harbor. So it has like a rickety bridge that you have to walk across to get to the floating piece of earth.
Let's go to Driftwood.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's convenient.
It's even closer than the Beach Leviathan.
Yeah.
Max is going to say that he'll meet you guys there. He's going to walk around the town a bit.
Balazar will say something in Draconic.
When he says that, I'm going to look at Raylan and see if she understands.
That's a Brian question.
I mean, do you understand Draconic? Or do you want me to make an insight check against deception or whatever you have? If you're trying to hide it.
It's up to you. She doesn't respond to you. So she either does speak it and doesn't respond, or does not speak it. You can make a check if Brian would like you to.
If you want to make an insight check to try to figure that out, you're welcome to do so.
I would as well.
14.
4. I'm not going to bother rolling my guidance, and I don't think I would have guidance in that instance anyway.
Balazar's just walking around every minute guiding himself.
No, I don't do that.
You were not sure, honestly.
Okay. I would have said something back in Draconic as well.
So clandestine.
I know.
I don't know you guys.
We don't know you.
But you could.
But do we want to?
That's a good question. We'll see how
Or
long
you-
this one lives.
Or are you just going to be the person that follows us no matter what we think?
I think I keep fucking saying my own name wrong. I think Raylan has been very useful so far.
It's fair.
So Raylan and Balazar and Leah go to the Driftwood Tavern.
I'm actually going to tell both of them that I have some shopping to do in town. And
At night?
Oh, is it?
It's night.
Oh,
It is,
okay.
yeah. It's like an hour after sundown.
Okay. Yeah, never mind. I didn't know what time of day it was.
All good. I'm
This is
going with
Neverwinter.
Max.
Isn't everything open all night?
24-hour city.
Yeah. The Las Vegas of D&D, right?
Never sleeps.
There you go.
Oh, and
It never snows. It never winter.
I just think it's funny we got to talk to Lord Neverember. We're just random fuck off nobodies.
Yeah.
Just by being annoying enough.
Yeah, well, he didn't immediately have us thrown in jail for wasting his time, so that's a good sign.
I know there's something. Hold on. Nope.
Wouldn't it be so funny if we got thrown in prison and we just pick up the campaign next session like a year later?
Oh, there is one more. I knew there was one more. Tavern. Hold on.
You knew it, folks.
I knew it. There is also one across town called the Fallen Tower.
That doesn't sound very nice.
That is sort of between Sailor Dive Bar and upper class tavern.
Okay.
Either way, Raylan's the rich one, so she's paying for all of us.
What makes you think that she's rich?
The way she acts.
The fact that she doesn't have a belt for her sword.
Or she used to be rich.
Maybe she's just bad with money and only buys fancy stuff.
So after Max leaves us, and it's just the three of us walking...
No, I'm going with Max.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Raylan's just like, oh, I guess everybody's leaving me, and goes to the tavern. Thanks, new friends.
I would like to try to follow them covertly.
Ooh, sneaky.
Okay. DM roll me a stealth check and a perception check.
Okay.
All right. All right. Leah, I need one more of each, please.
See, this is what happens when you don't let Leodell go shopping. She starts sneaking up on you. She's like, I got nothing better to do but be creepy.
More like, this is what happens when you talk around Leodell in a language that you don't think she speaks, but she totally does.
Woo. To be fair, she didn't used to speak it.
That's true.
Very sneaky.
Okay.
That's because at level 1, I didn't.
Yeah, when you picked up your subclass, you got Draconic.
Yeah.
That's how that works. You hatch dragon egg, you speak dragon.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the dragon teaches it to you, obviously.
Mm.
Do you think the Draconic sounds anything at all like Simlish from The Sims?
I've never played The Sims, so I have no idea.
They're like, oh, Bordeaux, gosh, de
Ba-di-ba-ba. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Matt Koval has a video where he talks about how he thinks each of the languages sound. It's pretty interesting.
So, Simlish sounds like Swedish chef without the Swedish accent. Like, that's probably the best way I could put it.
Matt Koval thinks that it's like almost like a mix between grunting and snake sounds, but then also like really extended. So each sound is like really long. So it's like
As I'm following
Like Klingon.
them, as I'm following
Yeah,
them, do I think that I notice them that I'm following them? Do I think I notice that they notice? That
They know that you know. They know you know.
Exactly.
Hold on 1 second.
There's a whole mini game going on in the DMs right now that is not on the recording.
well, you know how like Smo in Lord of the Rings, like he talks really long. He's like Deef. Draconic sounds kind of like that. It's like really long sounds, like
Klingon.
yeah. Oh, I don't know. I don't watch Star Trek, so I'm not a fucking loser. But
Hey, careful with that around Brian. He'll kill your character.
Again.
He will Thanos snap you. A ballista misfires and shoots Raylan in the face. Roll a new character, Thomas.
this one's gonna lose a brain too.
So, one moment.
Calculating ballista damage.
392 damage. Do you survive?
No, I'm not. I'm not going to try to. Actually, after they leave, I'd like to go check on the gentleman.
Okay, make a medicine check.
Sure. You know, you could probably just tell us what's going on. I don't. Especially for sake of the recording, I don't think that it all needs to be in the DMs. We're all pretty good at not metagaming.
Sure. But that's not my characters to reveal, so.
Oh.
You're pretty sure the guy is alive but passed out.
Okay.
Max and Balazar, you arrive at the Driftwood Tavern.
Would I be able to catch up to them and
If you
let them know that I was following them?
absolutely.
Okay.
About 2/3 of the way back, Leah
They
catches
kill
up.
you.
I would try to not sneak up on them, but just walk up behind them and just I would say, what exactly did you mean by feed on them?
Balazar is gonna look at Max and
Awkward.
say in Draconic,
I think she understands our language now.
Oh, sorry, that's my bad. I would have said that in Draconic. What exactly did you mean by feed on them?
Balazar will say to Max,
She is understanding our language now.
Since when do you speak Draconic?
Oh, since I made friends with a dragon.
Is that where Draconic comes from? I never knew.
by the power of friendship. That's how you learn Draconic.
So wait, is Draconic the language that dragons actually use?
Yes.
Ah, I didn't realize that. I thought they might have had their own language in Dragonborn, not use a different one.
It is called Draconic.
Well, you never know about these things. They could have a completely different language, and you guys could, since you're a Dragonborn, have a different one. I don't know how closely you guys are related to the actual dragons. You guys talk with them or not?
It is complicated.
See, how am I supposed to
completely-
know if it's that complicated?
I completely respect your attempts to divert the conversation, but still.
It was only about half trying to divert the conversation. I was actually really curious about that.
She is knowing Max. We must explain.
Well, it's complicated.
What'd
I'm
you
not
say?
said it's complicated. I'm not the typical half elf.
Clearly.
Yeah. For the sake of a long story short, something happened to me, and now I must feed. Now I must feed every once in a while. Otherwise, you know how I was sick before.
Mm-hmm.
It happens if I don't feed often enough.
And do you get any special benefit off of feeding off of
I
weaker
know what
people
you
rather
are.
than stronger people?
I don't really think there's a difference between the benefits I get. I mean, sometimes I get a little bit of benefit from it, but I normally don't try to do it. I really don't like having to do it either.
Is this a curse?
After a fashion, it is being a curse.
You could say that.
We are trying to find a way to,
Break it.
yes, and Max is wanting revenge for those who caused it.
And I'm
Not
guessing
as
you
much
never thought
revenge.
that I might be interested in helping you with this.
People are reacting to this sometimes negatively.
Well,
Better to be keeping it a secret, if possible.
I probably would have told you here in a bit if we traveled longer. I just didn't know if we were going to be staying together after this or not.
well, I mean, what you're doing is sort of the essence of being a hunter. Taking life and repurposing it for its own uses. It's not something I would judge you for.
I try not to take less if I can, but yeah, I see your point.
In a lot of ways, life is just energy. It goes from one thing to another.
I had pegged Leodel for chaotic good, and that is clearly not correct.
You don't know that.
Yeah, I do. That's a very neutral mindset.
Yeah. Neutral.
Yeah,
Neutral Ranger.
neutral ranger.
Also, now that it's out in the open, you know those times when Balazar was just seeming worse after that in Belgium was very suspicious of us.
Mhm.
It's because I was also having this problem, and Balazar sometimes lets me feed on him just
So
to get it over with.
the target can get sick.
Temporarily.
After a day or
just
two of
being
rest, they're back to normal.
Mostly just being fatigued.
I try not to
Interesting.
whenever I can.
Sure. Well, do you know where these people are that did this to you?
We are looking.
They're abandoned pirates. I don't know where they are, but that's why we're here, partially. Try and look for them.
Do you think they have any connection to the brain sucker?
I honestly don't know. I don't really know much about them. When this happened to me, they ambushed us. I was taken prisoner, and I'll actually take off my shirt, and you'll see that my body is covered in scars. And they tortured me, trying to get information about certain things. And I eventually escaped, and now I'm just trying to look for them. Make sure that they can't do what I was trying to do.
Do you remember anything about where you escaped from?
I think it was a little island. I don't know. I don't really have a good sense of direction. All I know is that me and my other friend that I was with at the time, we escaped, got on a little boat, and it took us a long time to get to the shore. I think this is down near Waterdeep that we got to. I honestly couldn't tell if we were going straight east or north or south at the time, so
Was it Waterdeep or was it Baldur's Gate?
it was somewhere in that vicinity, and I ended up in Baldur's Gate.
Okay.
They're both nearest each other, right?
Baldur's Gate and Waterdeep are, yeah, I mean they're
They're not
Waterdeep.
far, but
they're
they're not
both
that
in
close,
the they're both in the southern half of the remembered realms.
Like east to
Like,
north to south wise on a map, are they pretty even, or are they?
No,
No.
so
No.
Neverwinter's Waterdeep is like halfway between Neverwinter and Baldur's Gate along the
Yeah.
coast.
Yeah.
Okay, probably somewhere southern of Waters.
Those are the big three.
Waterdeep.
Yeah.
Well, that makes sense because there are actually a number of islands south of Waterdeep, between Waterdeep and Baldur's Gate.
Yep.
Raylan, after some amount of time, you see your three companions enter the Driftwood Tavern, soaked to the bone.
Raylan's got like a cucumber mask on, and she like takes one of them off of her eyes and is like, "Ah, welcome back. How was shopping?
It was very good.
Great. What'd you get me?"
We were supposed to get her.
I'm just kidding.
Balazar is gonna grab just pinch the front of his robe and give it a tug and cast Prestidigitation, and all the water is just gonna fall off of him onto the ground so he's dry.
I'm gonna look at Balazar like intently and point at myself.
Very well.
He'll Prestidigitation you, and he'll offer it to Leodel too.
Sure.
If she
Thank you, Balazar. That's much better.
World's fastest blow dryer.
Say, can I look at that monster head you have?
Sure.
They pull out a reeking, slimy, smelly, partially decomposed Ithilid head.
Oh, awesome! And she would take it and start poking with it and messing with it, and
Are you having any idea what this creature is?
I'm working on it.
You notice the
So
people
no.
around you in the crowded high-class tavern are looking at your monster, decomposed, smelly monster head.
I mean, ew, gross! Get this away from me. Oh, meet me upstairs.
How many rooms did you book for us?
I haven't gotten a room yet. Innkeeper, we will need some rooms for tonight.
No, I don't like that one. Oh, that's okay, actually. They do have rooms, no problem.
How many
Excellent.
monies?
We'll each take a room.
I'm gonna walk by Raylan as she says. I was like, "Think about a room, Raylan."
Of course.
Keep on walking.
And she would buy one room for each person.
All right. Well, we're doing living expenses, so it's on the first.
Okay.
I'm gonna dock you guys money.
Well, dock me money. I'll pay for all the rooms.
All right.
And then I'd go up to one of the rooms and I'd start poking around with the head for a while.
All right. What is it you're trying to do with the head?
I'll message you.
Okay.
Balazar is gonna be right there with you.
How close are these rooms together? Like, are they right next to each other, or are we separated?
I'm sorry. Say that again.
Are our rooms side by side, or are they separated?
Oh, they'd be pretty close.
Alright, I'm just gonna ritually cast alarm to try and get as many of our rooms as possible.
Yeah, I mean, she's basically just poking it and like wiggling the tentacles around, and
You are not having any idea what you're doing, are you?
I told you I wanted to look at it. I'm looking at it.
Let me see something here.
All right, well, thank you. I really appreciate that. It's an interesting creature, I guess.
So, Raylan, why are you so pale?
Oh, I spent a lot of time away from the sun.
How come?
Well, you know, I just didn't get out much for a while. And now that I'm out and exploring again, I try to travel in style a little bit, make sure that I enjoy all the creature comforts I want.
All right, but why are you stuck inside?
Well, old family dispute, I'm sure you understand, all quite boring stuff.
That's
No,
a
not
20,
really.
20 insight. How forthcoming are you being, Thomas?
Oh,
You get the feeling Raylan is telling germs of truth. It's how I would say that.
Yeah, not being dishonest, but leaving a whole bunch of details out.
Pretty close, yeah.
Okay.
she's like doing that thing where she like tugs at like her collar and she's like, ooh.
So, also getting the idea that it's an uncomfortable topic.
Less uncomfortable for her probably, and more just like you don't even want to know.
Fair enough. Okay. You don't want to know.
Did
All
you
right.
and one of your other players run different campaigns start a sex cult or something? Is that why you weren't outside?
All right, well, unless you guys have anything else to do, we can pass the evening. And the next day you would wake up to the rain seems to have passed, although it is muggy and cold and overcast as you wake up in Neverwinter.
So what I will say is, you guys would have noticed that during most of the journey, Leodell is pretty industrious with her time. She always seems to be trying to do something productive. But then on the boat ride back, whether it was the weather or the room or the experience, she didn't really do anything other than just sit at one of the edges and just kind of look over the water. But then you would notice that in the tavern, comfortable, warm, you would have seen her beginning to. She would take out her leatherworking kit, and looks like she's beginning to craft something with some of the leather that she's accumulated from her hunts on the island.
So, we need to pull back a bit then, because Balazar probably would have noticed her not being industrious and would have approached her on the boat and asked,
Leodell, are you feeling all right?
No, I just miss Baldrum.
He was having a strong force of will and personality. He was a good being. I am sorry that he is gone.
I would be with you. Yeah, although I don't think we really liked each other. He was a good guy.
Did you all lose a friend recently? Is that the fellow with the tentacle creature?
That was the one.
I'm sorry to hear that. It's always a hard thing when you lose someone and they're gone and you miss them because they're not here anymore.
oh man, I rolled a 4.
He saved my life so many times. I'm disappointed that I couldn't do anything to save his when he needed me.
I'm sure that he's passed on to somewhere that's just lovely.
It always makes for very little consolation, doesn't it?
It's how he would have wanted to go.
Going back to our previous conversation, it's just energy going from one place to another, But no, yeah, Leah would thank you all for, asking, but that she just needs time. And then, yeah, you would see that she's starting to get a little bit, a little bit better now that she's back. That you're back in Neverwinter, and
Well, it's only upwards from here, and I think that your friend, wherever he is, now gone, is that we will find out what these things are and make sure that he is avenged. And that would probably make him feel better.
Always has such a way with words, you do.
Well, I don't do so well at grief. You know, we all handle it differently, but I understand that this is hard for you, and I will do whatever I can to help.
So, what are you making there, Leodell? Anything I can help with?
I'll have to do a little bit of shopping for it, but at this point, it's just I'm planning on making myself a new cloak.
Oh. Oh, I don't know why, but that reminds me. We need to write the letter to go to let's send to Waterdeep. Let them know about the attack that might be happening soon, or not. Since
We
it
are having informed the Lord of the city he will be able to do it.
Did we tell him about the boat going to Waterdeep?
Yeah, we gave him the map that showed all the locations.
Yeah, but did we tell him that boat was carrying the message to Waterdeep, or?
I intended to.
We definitely, we
said
told him. He said he would let the Lord's Alliance know.
Yeah. Okay.
Or he
So
said
what
he
is
said he let us know about the Kraken at least. I don't know about the other thing.
So what is the plan for Neverwinter now?
We're going to the Tower of Library.
House of Knowledge.
House of Knowledge. All right.
Yeah,
That's where I'm going.
I would mention to them that that's not really my thing. I'm not good at book learning. So I would say if they needed anything to come find me, but otherwise I would probably just be working on this project in the tavern. Though I did have some shopping to do if anyone wanted to go with me into the city.
I'd love to go shopping with you, Leodell, but I really haven't read a book in a while. It'd probably be good for me to be in a library.
I'll go with you. I hate reading.
Fair enough.
Unless you need me there with you, Balazar, for the other thing.
I will be fine.
Alrighty then.
So Balazar and Raylan are going to
The House of No Ledge.
House of Knowledge.
That's a cool name for a place, by the way. The House of Knowledge. Very, it's a big proper noun. I like that one.
And Leah and Max are staying at the tavern and
Well,
possibly running.
They're going
tonight.
shopping.
Yeah, I need to go shopping.
Okay.
How much is a bag of holding?
It's usually 500. But I don't know what Brian does. I think on Insane Magic items it's 500.
Let's see.
Did you
Since
roll
Braylon's the rich
whether or not that would fall under leather working making for a bag of holding?
I think you could qualify that as. I mean, you could make a bag with leather, right? So.
Right.
Nice.
So, yeah.
Those bag of holdings are probably made out of leather in this.
Yeah, if you had mentioned to Leodell that you were shopping for that, I would have said that I could probably make that actually.
We also have a whole lot of shit in the bag.
Time.
We got a lot of shit in the bag that you guys could sell.
Yeah, I would take all that stuff.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's do this. Let's knock out the shopping first. So, what are you guys trying to sell, basically?
I think
Let's see.
everything except for the
We're not
magic
selling
leather armor.
We're not selling the magical stuff.
Yeah, the magic leather armor, is the mariner's armor. You have identified that.
Well, yeah. Why wouldn't we sell the magical stuff if no one's going to use it?
Well, the cube of force I want to keep.
Sure.
I want to fix that.
Well, yeah. You should put that in your inventory then.
You guys are going to get rid of the Mariner's armor?
If no one's going to use it, like who's going to use it?
Did you strip it off of Baldrum's body, or was he buried with it?
Yeah, I guess you guys naked
No,
and Baldrum, you pillaged him.
Yeah, I definitely looted him. The minute he was on the ground, I looted him. I said that.
Oh, I'm so
He
traumatized. Help me untie this knot.
Baldrum was a loot drop at that point.
His blood hadn't even dried.
I'm still like, Linda, help me, and she's like taking my armor off.
By the way, you can go back and look at the VOD, but I said it very distinctly that I wrapped his head as well as I could to make him, not look so grotesque.
Tearing bandages off me to get at the armor.
and then yes, I removed all of his belongings.
What have you guys had the eye shield this entire time, by the way?
I think Baldrum had it.
No, I think Lido was one.
I had it, but then I when we weren't underwater anymore, I wasn't using it anymore. So we just put it back in the party loot.
Yeah, let me add it to the.
So when it's back in the party loot, that means somebody is carrying it around.
The eye shield is in the party loot. It's
but somebody has to be carrying the party loot.
So basically, it's been strapped to somebody's back this whole time. Is what that means.
Sure.
I probably would have suggested us to wrap a cloth around it or something to keep the eye.
Yeah.
Or couldn't
make
see
it so
anything.
it can't see.
Sure.
Yeah.
You can do that.
Yeah, it's creepy. But yeah, okay, so you should put the magic cube in your inventory, but the magic leather armor, the silvered greatsword,
that can be sold.
Armors. Does anyone want any of the ingots or the gems?
I want to keep the adamantine because I think it can be a spell component, and we can sell the amethyst, I think. But the adamantine, I want to keep one of the ingots.
Okay, so whoever's the party secretary this campaign.
That's Aaron.
Yeah, Aaron. I'm sorry that you're not going on the shopping trip, but still probably should be you that does all of the math for that.
Aaron's the bitch this time.
Are you guys
Is anyone taking that healer's kit?
You can have it.
I already have one.
Then I'll take it if no one else will. Do you want it, Leodell, or do you already have one?
I already have one.
I just assume you guys aren't asking Raylan if she wants any of your shit.
Nope.
We could
probably offer
I don't think it would make sense. Hey, stranger, do you want any of our shit that we were gonna sell?
Well,
some of that stuff's expensive.
Sure.
And you don't look like you're using any of this stuff anyways that we have to sell.
I am not using any armor, and my only weapon is one rapier.
That you know of.
That you know of.
Sure.
I want to keep the whalebone idols because those are the weird things, right? That we give us the visions. Is that right? Or
only
that's
one of those. Those are not those listed there. But if you want to add something like that to your inventory, like defaced Sahagwin idol that gives visions, a very long title. If you want to add something like that to your inventory, you can. But those weren't that. Those were two other ones that you found.
Those are two other ones. Okay.
Yeah.
Just put LSD whalebone.
There you go. We'll all know what it is.
Do we want to save the iron or gold ingots, anyone?
Nah.
Okay.
You guys know what the Mind Flare armor is now, too.
Yeah.
It's the survival mantle.
I think we're gonna sell that too because it's medium armor. I don't think any of us wear it.
You selling the alchemist kit?
Does anyone want to keep the alchemist kit?
An alchemist.
Nah.
That would be an intelligence-based thing, wouldn't it, Brian?
Yes, I believe it would be.
I think Balazar will keep the alchemist kit.
I mean, yeah, you would have to have proficiency to get the bonus, but
Yeah, but who knows where we could get?
yeah.
We could. Who knows what we'll run into? Brian's got all kinds of bullshit up his sleeve. I don't want to leave anything behind.
How much do the plate mail, the iron breastplate, and the silvered greatsword sell for, Brian?
So the silvered greatsword is 100 gold plus whatever the regular price of a greatsword is.
I think it's 50.
So
Well, and
100
then we half because they would buy it at half price, I imagine.
No, you can basically. I'm letting you guys sell. Actually, so scratch that. Normally, I would let you sell at normal price, except for the magic items, because that's a specific downtime activity. So if you quick sell them, you're going to quick sell them for less than you could.
Oh, that's right. Selling a magic item does take downtime.
Yeah,
Correct.
but a silver greatsword is just
Correct.
upgraded. It's
So
not
normally, I would say
Yeah.
yes, it's sell at a full price. However, specifically in Neverwinter, they have implemented a tax on goods to help rebuild the city. So as a result, the merchants are selling for more and buying
The
for less.
libertarian in me is furious.
So normally it would be 150, but now they will buy it for 135.
135. Okay. And the plate?
75% of whatever the regular price is.
It's big Arcana with their magic item tax.
I don't know. Someone look up the price of breastplate and
looking up right now.
mail.
Yeah,
I got
same
it.
thing. 75% of whatever the normal cost is.
Plate
a pretty
mail
big ticket
is
item for plate
1,500.
mail. Yeah. It's a big
Breastplate is
Well,
400.
There is a difference between the price in the player's handbook and a price in the armorer's handbook.
We're using the armorer's handbook price, so if you have that handy, let's use
So
it.
yeah,
Okay,
plate is
not me.
900.
There you go.
So 75% of 900.
We'll figure this out at a later time. So we just write this down and we'll figure it out.
You guys are almost done with it.
675.
675. Okay, and the breastplate.
How much did that cost?
I don't know. How much is the breastplate worth?
Okay, do you have the
Yeah,
Armorer's handbook
sorry. I would have closed it.
Brian, you should make a little armorer's handbook handout.
Well, you know what? Now we can drag the PDF into here, Thomas.
Really?
True. Yeah.
Yeah, you can put PDFs into handouts now.
Oh, nice.
So they
As
just-
of like yesterday.
I don't know why it's taking a zillion years to load, but it's not opening for me now. It's like, no, you just closed me. I'm not opening up again.
Okay. So Aaron, you're doing all of the math, right?
Yeah, I've almost got it. Just the breastplate and we'll be golden.
Excellent. And then
we're gonna have
breastplate is 450.
450. So 75% of 450.
337.5.
There you go. So now you guys can
We
clean up
have
the loop.
1,830 gold that we need to divide by 3.
Nice chunk of change,
Everybody gets 610 gold.
and then update your party.
Everybody except for Thomas gets 610 gold.
That's fine.
Wow. We're rich.
And then you wanted to buy things, Leah, while you were in town.
Yeah, specifically, I wanted to get 200 gold of magic reagents.
Okay. As you're looking around town, the place that they suggest that you to go for one of the ingredients that you're looking for is the Fallen Tower.
Mm-hmm.
It is one of the taverns in town. They say you want to talk to... Where is the guy's name? Hold on a second. Oh, I'm sorry. Not the Fallen Tower. Wrong tower. Oh, hold on a minute. Okay, I'm sorry, I was confusing. The House of a Thousand Faces is where they say you need to go.
Yeah,
And
go
you want to see a person named Theris.
Okay.
So as you walk into, you and Max, I suppose, if you guys are together, walk into the House of a Thousand Faces. This tavern gets its name from the many mirrors and mannequins positioned all around the common room, because back in the day it was a boutique. So they have all of these like mannequins dressed in like weird clothing and mirrors positioned oddly. So it's a little confusing and disorienting when you walk in. And it's not very busy this time of day when you get there. There is a what looks to be a kind of like a light brownish skinned elf that you recognize as an Eladrin behind the counter, and then one more half elf who's kind of moving around the common room who works there.
Okay. So yeah, I would go ask for the guy I'm looking for.
They point to the Eladrin behind the counter. That is Theris.
Okay. I would go and ask if they have the magic reagents I'm looking for an item I'm working on.
You know, sorry to interrupt. If I knew that you were going there to get stuff like that, I might see if you could also pick up the stuff to fix the Cube of Force, but I don't know Brian, if that would be in the same purview, or if
I mean, yeah, if you wanted me to shop for that too, I would. You could just tell me what you need, and I could try to shop for it. Or we can try to shop for it.
Brian gave me an indiscriminate number of magic resources that were 500 gold in value.
Yep, you could see if they would have something similar there.
500 gold, though.
Keep a force, though, dude.
Yeah, Cuba Force is very strong.
When you approach Theris, he greets you and asks what he can do for you.
Hi, we're looking for some magical ingredients for some items that we're working on.
I assume you hand him some kind of a list or whatever.
Yeah. So basically, it would be 200 gold worth for the cloak that I'm working on, 200 gold for the bag of holding that you were asking about, and 500 gold worth for the cube.
He says, these are some big ticket items here. We don't normally sell to people we don't know, but you look very familiar to me. Have we met before?
Have I met this person before?
You don't think so?
Can I ask, well, where, I don't believe so. In what way do I look familiar to you?
I don't know. Your face looks very familiar. Because maybe I'm crazy. I see a lot of people coming in and out of this place. These mirrors will drive you crazy. And he kind of yells at the guys, I told you the mirrors were a bad idea.
Like to imagine he's yelling at a mirror.
I know, right?
This guy's full crazy.
he looks over at the guy he's yelling at, and then it's like, no, I'm over here. Damn it!
It's just him in a mirror and that he's yelling at.
Turns and looks at another mirror and starts yelling at it.
I look around and there's like 8 Leodels in different mirrors. He can be talking to any of us.
It's a fun house. He works in a fun house.
Anyways.
Yeah.
He says, I'm sorry, but we actually don't sell these to people who are not in our number, so I can't help you. And he slides the list back.
All right.
And I don't recognize him either, right?
You've never met this person before.
Okay.
You get the feeling, Leah, that he is like racking his brain, like even though he told you that he's convinced that he knows you from somewhere, and it's just like right on the tip of his tongue, and he can't quite figure it out.
Can I think of anyone that he might know that I would know? Like anyone that looks like me or that I would have a resemblance to?
I mean, family members, I suppose, would be the only thing that I could think of off the top of my head if you look like family members.
I mean, if he does think that he knows you and he's like, oh yeah, that's it, I know you, maybe he'll sell to you.
I could ask him if he's familiar with my master huntsman, who's my father. The master huntsman, who's my father, Laushin.
That's it! I knew I recognized you for somewhere. He says, we have a meeting in 2 nights. You should come.
A meeting for what?
It's not really the time to discuss it. You should just come. 2 nights.
Oh no, is this guy like a fucking cultist?
In the basement.
Oh no! In the basement.
Well,
Book club all over again.
is my father gonna be there?
No, he's not.
Might be worth taking a look.
If I promise to come, will you sell me the goods now?
Ah, good move, Jay.
No. But if you come, I'll have the goods for you at the meeting.
Mhm.
Oh, goddamn! Brian claps back.
Wouldn't even let me roll for it. Unfortunate. How about just 200 so I can get started?
Make a persuasion check.
There we go. Terrible persuasion. This is gonna be great. 14.
And do they sell actual magic items here?
No, they just have kind of stuff.
Okay.
Oh, my bad. I put that on GM roll, but you saw
That's
it. It's
all right.
a 14.
It's a 14. He says, we'll tell you what, we'll give you just enough to keep you busy for a couple of days until you come back. And he gives you 100 gold pieces worth of what you need.
Okay. Let me, I'll send that. I'll message it to you, Goose. Laoshin.
I'm definitely going to be asking Leodell about this when we leave this place.
Oh yeah, everybody's secrets are coming out.
Not
Well,
mine.
It wasn't really a secret, you know. No one ever.
This is,
Whatever BDSM sex cult member.
I'm just going to be asking what the meeting's about and if you're going or not.
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I've never heard of this before. I have no idea what this meeting is. Honestly, I'm a little worried about it, but I guess if it gets us our magic stuff, I could check it out. What's the worst that could happen, right?
Are you able? Do you know if I'll be able to go with you, just in case?
I
Or not?
don't believe he extended an invitation to all of us. I didn't get that impression, did you?
Oh, I don't know. I wasn't really sure if I should chime in or not there. Ask if I could go or not. Might have, I don't know.
Well.
I mean, since he was talking about it out of the open, doesn't look like it was a really big secret or anything.
What's that spell where you can see through someone else's eyes?
So okay, so I bought 100 gold worth of agents. So let me take that out. Are there any like magical shops in any places that we ask around that are like well known for selling magic items, or is that like not
items? It's like magic items itself, or like stuff for it.
No, that sell already made magic items.
Not there's not like the Walmart of magic items. It's a downtime thing where you're basically finding individual people who have items to sell, right?
That's true.
all magic item purchasing is downtime now, is the vibe that I'm getting.
You're right.
Except for in Eberron, where I made a specific magic item store for you guys.
Yeah.
The
That's
Walmart
fair.
of magic items.
Would I know the average price of braces of archery?
Probably not.
Okay.
Expensive.
Yeah, not cheap.
All
No,
right.
not in our means.
So to the House of Knowledge,
Hey, another item that I could theoretically make.
Raylan and Balazar, you approach the House of Knowledge that is right up against the Neverwinter River. It is a large temple on top of a library that also goes underground. And just like Castle Never, the House of Knowledge also suffered a great deal of damage through all the various cataclysms that Neverwinter has survived through. It is just like Castle Never, largely, though not completely, rebuilt. And there is in addition to the library and the temple to Ogma, there's also living quarters for the priests, a good many who live and work at the House of Knowledge. So you could go into the temple, or you could try to go into the library. Either one.
The library is where Balazar would be walking towards.
Okay. You walk into the front door. You can see rows upon rows of books and scrolls and tombs, and very few people in there. Just the handful of acolytes that are making their way through. You do see at one table, looks like one person who's been admitted for whatever reason, and one of the acolytes greets you and asks, "What can I help you with?"
I am needing to be performing research. Me and my companions have discovered a creature that could be trouble for the Lord's Alliance. It killed one of my companions by devouring his brain.
We're here researching some interesting creatures that we've been having a hard time finding information about.
I would also mention before you guys left to, like, as we were walking out, to get some information on the Kraken if you can as well.
On the what now?
On a Kraken.
On the Kraken, sure.
Says, well, yes, all who are dedicated to Ogma can utilize the House of Knowledge.
Excellent.
Are you a member of the clergy?
Oh,
No.
Absolutely. Oh, my friend here isn't. We haven't known each other very long, but
Make a deception check.
you're fucking me here, Aaron.
You were gonna have to make a deception check either way.
Really, you aren't. You do not appear, kind of giving you the up down, to be a member of the clergy. Do you have your holy symbol?
I'm afraid it has been a long and trying day for us. As my friend said, we narrowly escaped that Kraken attack. I'm sure you've heard of it by now. And I lost most of my clothes. I don't even have a belt anymore. So my holy symbol was lost as well.
Make a persuasion check with advantage.
25.
Oh yeah, we have a face in the party, boys.
That sounds terrible. Well,
I don't suppose I could purchase one from you.
well, of course. Well, a member of the clergy need not purchase. William. and he snaps his fingers, and one of the other acolytes comes over and he says, "I'm sorry. What was your names?"
My name is Raylana Woolcaster. It's a pleasure. And this is my companion, Bally.
He stares daggers at you and is still staring at you as he says,
My name is Balazar Cliff.
Max like shivers at that exact moment. Like, I feel like someone just called Balazar Bally.
3 sneezes from Max.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you both, Bally and Raylan. I am
assure you the
acolyte
pleasure is
Talcar.
mine.
Please call me Balazar.
William, will you please take Balazar to any books that or tombs that he may need to see in the upper vaults only, of course, and help him find whatever information he may need. William knows the upper vaults very well, and I'm sure you can find most of what you need here at the House of Knowledge. Priestess Raylan, come with me. We'll get you all situated. Follow me, please.
Oh, please,
starts
just
taking
Raylin
the
is fine.
And he takes you to the temple where he gets you all of the appropriate garb for a
Excellent.
priestess of Ogma. He gives you a holy symbol and the kind of the general acolyte robes for you to change into. And he says they'll do away with that rapier, of course, if you want us to get rid of that.
Oh, it's actually a friend of mine. They were injured in the attack and are recovering, and I didn't. It's a dangerous weapon. I don't know much about using these things, of course, but I didn't want to just leave it about for anyone to find.
Of course. Well, there you go. You're all set. If you need anything, just let me know. I'm gonna have to go back and check the entrance. I'm sure you can find William and Balazar. And
What is this?
It's so nice to meet you.
What is this person's name again, Brian? The god.
Hold on, shoot.
Ogma.
You're such a
Oh yeah, the
grifter.
god's name is Ogma.
Do I know anything about that? Can I make a religion check?
Totally.
17?
Wow, you're on a roll.
Absolutely. He is a very common.
Oh, thank God. I was about to say she. Whew! Would have blown the whole thing.
That's the guy's name. Ogmar is one of the more common gods in Forgotten Realm. Knowing the kind of generic stuff of Ogma is fairly common knowledge.
Is he like a knowledge god of some sort?
He's the god of knowledge and invention.
Okay.
Typically shown to be a good-looking, handsome, dark-skinned man in very bright, kind of obnoxious bardish clothes, almost, with like pointy boots and jewels all over them.
Is that what I'm wearing now?
I know, right? No, you're wearing very, very simple but colorful robes, complete with the Ogma holy symbol around your neck. Which the holy symbol of Ogma it's basically an unfurled scroll.
She would just say, Ogma's blessings be with you, brother, and I thank you for your many kindnesses.
He says, of course. Welcome to the House of Knowledge. And he kind of lets you wander off as a fellow priest of Ogma. Balazar, as
Cool. I'm going right to the restricted section.
Don't do that there.
Balazar, Raylan is led off to the temple to be put in the appropriate attire. William asks on what topic you wish to be researching.
I will describe everything I can about the Illithid to him and say I need to know
what this being is. Everything I can about it.
He kind of thinks to himself. He says, no, but...
Can I guide him?
Sure.
You take a D4.
Interesting. I wonder, do you think we should go to the section on creatures? Is it a creature, or perhaps on... Should we go to nature, or do you know where the creature is from? Perhaps we could go to the section on the creature's homeland.
I do not know what its homeland might be. It was unlike any creature I have ever seen.
Do you know anything else about the creature? Any of its writings or food or anything?
I believe it is speaking Undercommon. As far as food, it ate my friend's brain.
Well, that's something to go on. Undercommon. Perhaps let's go to the section on the Underdark. Perhaps we can find something there.
Just breezed right over the brain. Good to know. I'm half expecting them to double take. Wait a minute, he said brain?
Go to B for brain eaters in the undercommon section.
That's right. Roll an investigation check with advantage.
I will guide myself. Looking good. Give me a 4, come on. Man, 23.
After spending some time flipping through it, you eventually come to what appears to be an adventurer's kind of like a retired adventurer's published memoirs, where he talks about his time in the Underdark, and you gain the kind of very basic understanding of what Ithalids are, that they have psionic abilities, that they eat brains as part of, as their exclusive diet to survive. That they.
I will tell William as soon as I find the name Illithid. I'll be like,
"This Illithid. This is the creature."
It was fascinating.
Do you have any more information on these?
Well, let's go check. And he starts going and flipping through. So basically, you're going to learn with their psionic abilities that they eat brains, that they have some societies in the Underdark. Make one more investigation check.
One more at advantage, though?
At advantage, yeah. William is helping you.
Guidance.
Excellent.
22.
Right before you're going to call it a day, you also find some writings on that they, before they made their more common home in the Underdark, that they were organized, and they actually had an Ithalid empire that collapsed in a war with the Gith, which is what you learned the green screen creature was.
Mm-hmm.
So you do kind of gain some knowledge of the Gith offhandedly just from referencing them in relation to the Ithalids.
Okay, I'm writing this all down in
of course.
A journal type.
And that they have extraplanar ships, which is what you presumed you saw on the beach there. and that there's usually one creature that is like the leader or collective of each individual like mind flayer group of them.
So I would assume from that they are not solitary, and that we killed one, but there were probably more.
You do know they can be solitary, but they do tend to be more of a collective. So while it
Okay.
wouldn't be unheard of for there to be a solitary one, it is not very common.
Okay. And do I learn anything about Ceramorphosis?
I think you probably would, yes.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to very briefly pull Thomas up to the side here. Quick.
Okay.
By the way, leave it to Goose for me to send him like a paragraph worth of backstory, and for him to still work that into the story somehow.
Right. And in an interesting and
Very
potentially
manipulative way.
yeah, in a worrying way.
Oh, you really want that magic stuff, don't you? Well, you better follow these breadcrumbs, bitch. God, I don't want to go back to that island. Island doesn't have anything.
Except illithids, maybe. They might be there and they might not, though.
It's Misery Island is what it is. Nothing good about that place.
Yeah, the danger is, though, if we don't go to the island,
Yeah, what happens when the illithids take over the world, yeah.
could end up, well, maybe not take over the world, but we could end up with an illithid colony on that island, and everybody on that island being illithids, and that would be bad.
Well, I get the feeling that we weren't supposed to walk into that cave when we did, so I don't feel like we're behind.
Well,
metagame wise, you know,
whether we were supposed to or not, we definitely needed to leave when we left.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
But yeah, you guys are figuring this all out right now. What a big problem this could be. And the potential urgency. Meanwhile, Leah wants to just take like 4 weeks of downtime, but you know. What else is new? All my characters want more downtime.
We might want to well, I've got another question for Goose too, to see if there's a thing I want to learn about, or to see if I know about.
Don't forget to look up stuff about me.
That's true. Yeah. Yeah, that's something I should look up as well. I'm probably gonna spend the next like 3 to 4 days in this library just studying shit.
Raylan comes back. Where's Balazar? Oh, he's not back yet.
Good point, actually. We should discuss as a group, but if we want to take some downtime before we, like, how much downtime do we want to take in Neverwinter?
Well, I feel like we're up against the clock a little bit, though. But
yeah,
Brian, there's one thing I forgot to ask you.
Did they come back already?
I thought I heard them come back.
Yeah, we're back.
Oh yeah, they're there. Okay.
Brian, did I learn about Elder Brains?
That's what I said. You learn there's usually a creature or something who's in charge of the whole thing. You didn't learn like the details of it or like the name per se.
You know that they have some kind of collective thing going on. It sounds like.
Yeah, that there is a collective, and there's usually one entity that's kind of the top.
Well, right. So, but I don't know the implications of there actually being like
Correct.
an elder brain.
Yep.
Like I just know that they have some sort of mind link, and that some being is usually in charge of it.
Correct.
Okay. God, I hope they don't get an elder brain. That would be really bad.
I would go find Balazar and
Part with your research,
Balazar. We
Raylan-
must be going.
Raylan comes back in the garments of a lore master of Ogma.
I think we found everything we need here. Thank you very much, Balazar.
I am still researching.
All right. See you at the tavern.
Very well.
As you're leaving,
I feel like Raylan's running for something.
as you're leaving, Acolyte Tolkar says, Lore Master, I spoke with Snap. Hold on.
With Snap.
Names. Snap. Names.
Don't mess with
names.
Snap.
Schnapp can be the person's name now.
I spoke with Lore Master Coronalis. She'd really like to meet you.
Excellent. Shall we make an appointment for tomorrow? I was actually meaning to speak with her and Lore Master Atlavast. Maybe we can make an appointment for the three of us to meet tomorrow. Is that something that could be arranged?
Make an insight check.
Insight, Brian. What do you mean? 20. I'm on a roll today, Brian.
You are. At the mention of Atlavast, you see him kind of like go, what the fuck? Look. And he says, "Well, I'm sure Lore Master Cronalius would be happy to meet you. I'll see what I can do about Atlavast, I suppose."
Don't worry, child. Ogmar has informed me of Atlavast's condition, and I am here to help.
Has he?
Are
Yep.
you digging yourself a deeper hole?
Well, tomorrow for dinner then.
I can't wait. Thank you so much for your time here. And the robes, you were all too kind. I feel so blessed to be guided here. And I leave.
And he's scratching his head as you do.
Power walking out the door.
I go back to the tavern. I change out of these clothes.
Brian, I'm going to stay there until they kick me out.
They'll kick you out at sundown, basically.
Balazar hides so they can't kick him out. Stays there all night.
Balazar's not that good at
It's
hiding.
the 24 hours in target challenge.
If he could cast invisibility, he might try that, but no. He needs goodwill. He needs to be able to go back.
All right, so you all meet back up at Driftwood Tavern. The proprietor asks if you need rooms again.
Raylan would have changed very quickly back into her old clothes and just been like, ugh. Ugh. Did you find anything useful, Balazar?
Several things. One being that you are good at grifting.
Yes, well, luckily we have a dinner appointment tomorrow with the priests.
I do not, you do. But yes, this creature is called an illithid.
He'll pull out the jar that has the tadpole.
These things are being called tadpoles. They are inserted through the mouth, nose, or eye, sometimes ear, and burrow into the creature's brain, and in time turn the creature into an illithid. This is what is having happened to Burn.
Fascinating. Tell me, Balazar, with these creatures, could they influence someone, make them see things, have horrible visions, act strange and sickly?
Balazar's like, how oddly specific.
Balazar is going to insight check that.
Sure.
I also want to inside check.
Hang on, let me
that,
send a
so we know
message
with
to
all
Brian
of
real
us.
Oh shit, Max.
Actually, Brian, can I pull you into the chat for like 2 seconds?
Sure.
Would you have the +2?
No, I wouldn't if you didn't guide me. Sorry,
I didn't guide you. I guided myself.
Yeah, I forgot that I had guidance checked already. Or still.
Leah's just at the table, smiling, and just still kind of working on her cloak that she's putting together, and just has no idea what's going on here.
Is she listening though?
Yes.
Like just kind of. Okay.
I mean, yeah, she's interested in what you're talking about, but like all this insight check going back and forth, like she's
Sure.
completely oblivious.
Right.
She had no idea.
Happily working on her.
Yeah,
leatherworking.
she's blissfully unaware of all the under scheming going on at this table.
Well, Brian, what would they get from that insight check?
I rolled a 20.
What is it that you're trying to gather from the insight check?
So I only had a 12. So I would have been trying to gather, is this a question of a personal nature?
I would be trying to gather if, since he was so specific, if he has a specific person in mind, I guess. Or be thinking of someone that might actually be an Illithid.
You get the impression that he is asking for a specific person, yes.
Okay. Just Marcus or me too?
No, just Marcus.
I would look at Balazar and say that in Draconic. I think he's talking about a specific person.
I'm gonna insight check again to see if Raylan understands Draconic, and no, that's
Doesn't really seem to have much of a reaction. You're not sure.
I also insight checked that at 15.
In my readings, did I definitely found that Illithid can influence the mind, but can they create, as far as as my research said, can they create visions?
The readings that you had were a little bit limited in the specificity of what they could and could not do. So the gist of what you got is that they have powerful psionic abilities, and that was kind of what you got, not much else.
Okay.
There really wasn't much in the way of specifics.
I would say then
They are adept in attacking the mind. I am not being sure if this means they are able to create false visions, but we felt ourselves that they were able to damage our psyche.
Interesting.
Oh, I assumed they would have meant literally, like how they attacked Baldrum's brain.
Well,
They did both.
I was speaking to some of the acolytes in the temple once we were separated, Balazar, and when I mentioned Illithid, the acolytes got very concerned and expressed some of these symptoms had befallen one of their priests at Levast, which is why I requested to see him for dinner. I think he may be involved or infected by these Illithid creatures.
I would like to insight check you again.
Just wondering, is this dinner going to be at the same time as Leodel's meeting?
So
No, hers is in 2 days.
That's a 19.
She seems very truthful.
You are thinking this?
I am.
Would you like me to go with you?
Oh, I suspect all of us should. These things are quite dangerous, are they not?
When we encounter them, they appear to be able to dominate the minds of some creatures. This could be what is happening.
Leodel, I believe this is a sign that your fallen comrade needs more retribution. I suspect we find this creature and separate its tentacles from its face.
I think I can protect us from one person at least from the mind control, but that's about it.
Well, I guess we would want to choose whichever person we felt was the most important to not be controlled then.
All right, I'll take it. I would say that in a jokingly manner,
What,
kind of light to the mood.
anyway, these beings are able to turn other humanoids into illithid. The process is called ceramorphosis. They also are able to directly communicate with each other's minds.
Well,
And are aware of everything that is happening to each that are connected.
thank you for doing all this research, Balazar. I wouldn't have suspected such a thing if you hadn't brought it up. I think there's more here going on than perhaps we know, and I hope our investigation proves fruitful on the morrow.
Did you happen to do any research while you were there?
I did, but as I said, when I mentioned these creatures and described them to the acolytes, they became quite panicked and bashful. I truly suspect that they may have some concerns about this Atlavast, that he may be involved with them in some manner.
It is strange because the acolyte I was with did not react in such a way.
Did you catch their name? Perhaps we should be suspicious of them. Some may be involved and some may be not.
Let's hope that it's just... Oh, go ahead.
He's being called William.
And can I reflect back to my interactions with William and see, like, okay, do they make sense? Is he...
Sure, make a retroactive insight check where you're like, huh, I wonder if he was acting weird.
give me a D4.
He seemed perfectly nice and very helpful.
12. So, okay.
Even interested.
Well, let's hope it's just this Atlavast person that you're talking about, and hopefully none of these tadpole things Bowser was talking about have entered the other acolytes. Maybe that's what.
And I was alone with William a significant period of time.
Pretty much the entire day until Raylan came back, or the occasional acolyte, like maybe walking by or whatever. But
I imagine if he there, probably would have taken that as an opportunity to attack me.
What about you, Raylan? Are you feeling all right?
Honestly, better than ever. I didn't expect our visit to be so productive. We've gotten quite a bit done, and I'm feeling good about it. I feel like we've put in a good day's work, and hopefully we can do some good tomorrow.
I want to insight check that.
You guys have insight checked me like 8 times in the last 2 minutes.
Is there a tadpole inside Raylan's brain?
That would be an interesting, like, Thomas make the new character. I'm here to fuck your party over and cause a TPK. I have made a character that is preemptively tadpoled.
The Baldrum Vengeance Machine.
Where they put one in
what's your
for-
revenge?
what's your full name? Raylan Revenge for Raylan Revenge for Baldrum.
Raylan Tadpoleberg.
As best you can tell, Max, she seems very excited about all the leads that you have today.
And it doesn't seem like she's trying to set us up for something with the,
Not at
dinner.
all.
Okay.
Balazar's still suspicious.
So am I.
Leah's not.
Leo's like, I can't get this stitch quite right. Damn it!
So, Leah, how long is it going to take you to finish that?
Don't talk to me!
I'm busy.
You made me miss my stitch! I'll kill you!
Anything else you're going to do this evening as you're dining at the Driftwood Tavern and catching up on the events of the day?
Now let's go kill some mind flayers.
Alright.
I would mention to Balazar that I did inquire about his ingredients, but then I would tell them about the meeting. They're holding some sort of meeting. I guess the person that owned the the shop knew my father at some point, and they have some sort of order meeting that they want me to go to in 2 days' time.
What do you think, Grenade? Do you think they're illithids too? I don't actually say that.
Neverwinter, the city of Ithalids.
We can likely be coming, maybe not directly in, but nearby in case it is trapped.
I don't really suspect it of being a trap.
Better safe than sorry.
Okay.
All right. Well, you do have the day before the dinner at the House of Knowledge. The next day, what is it that you're going? Do you have anything you want to try to accomplish during that day?
I want to spend the first half of the day trying to research more into illness. The second half of the day,
I don't think you can do that at the library, though.
You don't think so?
Not if not all of us are going to be there.
Okay. Then okay.
There's something going on over there that.
Then I
Well,
won't
I mean,
research.
there's no reason that I couldn't accompany you. I can do my work pretty much anywhere.
I agree. I just don't think we should go if we're not all going to go.
So maybe I won't actually research illithids. Maybe I'll research the thing that Marcus wanted me to research.
I would probably go with you as well for that.
But even so, it's dangerous to go if Raylan is suspecting what Raylan is suspecting. Yeah, it's dangerous to go because they might realize that we're onto them. If something shiesty's going on over there. Okay.
I would. Am I able to like go out of the city and just shoot my bow at a tree? To get used to the new
Sure.
ancestral longbow that I have.
Sure.
Okay. Alright, do I need to tell you what thing I picked for that?
I assume you guys are doing it within the rules.
Okay.
We work on the honor code in this group.
Absolutely.
I'm waiting to level up one time before I pick my ancestral boon for my weapon.
Totally
I
fine.
want to go kill stuff.
Do we get more spirit points every time we level up?
Yeah, one
That's the
every
plan
level.
right now. Yep, one every level. So you start with 3, and
Okay.
you're gonna get one every level.
Then I
Cool.
might retcon that if I look at it more.
You
Sure.
can
You
reset.
haven't used it yet. You can 100% retcon it. So
You can reuse them. You can
Yeah,
recycle.
you can reset.
So every time you pick one, you can actually replace it with one of your old ones. So if you're, only a point short or something, like
But
you can
that's
take
only if
a
it's-
3.1 right now, and if you're waiting for a 4.1, then when you get that one more point, you can just ditch your 3.1 and take the 4.
I don't think
No.
that's accurate. You can only do that if you're upgrading it. In the
that's
chain.
not what the guide says.
All right.
The
We'll read it
The
later.
guide says when you select a new feature, you can replace it with another feature and use the spent points.
We'll look at it later. It doesn't
Yeah.
really matter right now. All right. So what are you guys doing during the day before the dinner at the House of Knowledge?
I'm reading up about this god that I'm pretending to be a priest of, so I don't mess up.
Okay, that's fair.
I will help you research that.
Cramming for the final exam. Sure.
I was about to be like, I really hope that Our Lady blesses you, and it's a man. I almost fucked that up real bad.
Son of a bitch.
But like, fuck. So now I need to make sure that I know some stuff.
Okay, so so yesterday was the day we went shopping and you guys did your first day of research. We're on
That's
the
correct.
next day.
No, we're on the
Correct.
next day now.
And then the day after that is the dinner, and the day after that is the meeting.
No, this day is the dinner. The day after
Okay.
that is the meeting.
That's correct. That is correct.
Did you want us to come to the dinner?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
Every all hands on deck for the dinner because
We're
there might
gonna fight
be
Illithid.
there might be illithid there.
All right.
Can I put on a street performance to try and get some money? I would basically
sure.
be like running up a wall, like literally running up a wall, and kind
You're
of
gonna parkour. You know,
Jump
parkour
off.
for change.
Kinda, because I'd be running like straight up a wall and then like get a little far and then just jump off on purpose, pretend like I'm falling.
Do you have a hat out there to collect your pity donations?
I do, yes.
Your
All right.
pity money.
Make a performance check.
Oh. 12.
People aren't quite sure what to do with you. You're just some weirdo walking up walls and jumping off, and then doing jazz hands. They're not sure what to do with that.
Kind
you
of
get a
just
couple
looking
copper
at each
pieces,
other
but-
while they're
Yeah,
kind
like,
of.
what the hell? A couple of them throw in some copper pieces as a pity, but that's really about it.
For about
does
10 seconds, I would just stand sideways on the wall, putting my fingers together, thinking about something. Then realize I'm just standing there and get off.
does Thomas need to make a roll of any kind for researching?
I'm just gonna give him an advantage on any checks. It would be
Perfect.
when you guys.
I will
do
take that shit.
Okay.
So you, the day goes by. You arrive at the House of Knowledge. Hold on. Shortly after sundown, for dinner, they take you kind of to the back of the temple, where there's a very nice table, and you are introduced to it is acolyte Tolkar, who was the one who was completely bluffed by Raylan, and then also there is Lore Master Coronalis, who is like the head court lore master of
Is
of the
William
House of
there?
Knowledge. William is not there.
Okay.
And then there's the four of you, and then acolytes come in. They serve, this isn't like like a royal dinner, but it's still pretty good. They have some nice elven wine. The lore master is a moon elf, kind of gender neutral moon elf, with blue skin. She's very soft spoken. And she seems particularly interested in Raylan.
Raylan's just being very polite and only speaking up when asked direct questions to try to avoid saying something wrong. And
So she asks, so I understand you're a lore master yourself. Where do you hail from?
fuck you, Brian.
Would
Can you move us over to the Sword Coast map so I can pick a spot?
Sure.
would Balazar know if they have any affiliation with Candlekeep?
You would assume Ogma would probably have some kind of affiliation with Candlekeep.
Well, I mean, I used to study at Candlekeep. Did these lore masters have any affiliation directly with Candlekeep?
Hold on.
God damn it.
Yes.
Where do I
Yes.
hail from?
So she could be a lore master from Candlekeep?
Could be.
Balazar would...
I'm assuming this is stuff we would have worked out when we were coming up with our fake backstory.
Balazar will speak up and say,
I remember I used to work with her for a time at Candlekeep.
Ah, yes. Candlekeep, although I've been out of the practice for some time. I have been dealing with personal troubles, I'm afraid. So, what news is there? Have you heard anything from Candlekeep? I've been meaning to go back, but I've been stuck up north for my work.
No, I haven't heard from Candlekeep for some time. What brings you all the way up here? We don't normally see our lore masters from Candlekeep wandering the Sword Coast. More wine.
Yes, please. We recently lost a friend. So we've, he died on a shipping venture. So we've traveled up here to pay our respects. I don't expect we'll be here long. What about you? Where did you study?
So I
I'm now Raylan's just asking her questions now.
desperate to get her to talk
Yeah.
about herself.
Yeah.
I go ahead and make a deception check with advantage. Ooh.
I'm on fire tonight, guys.
On fire.
This is the most productive session I've ever had. A character do the most things.
Lynn is on fire.
So throughout
got
the dinner, the impression that you get over the course of dinner was after Acolyte Tulkar excitedly explaining to her how this other lore master mysteriously was given access to the House of Knowledge, she was not particularly happy and very passive-aggressively called him stupid and invited you to dinner to basically feel you out and grill you. And over the course of the dinner, which was very good, there was wine, there was good food, a decent dessert, you get the impression that she still thinks you're full of shit, but she has absolutely nothing specifically to
call me out on.
Right, like
Towards the end, Raylan would say, "Dear Lore Master, I must confess I have not been completely honest with you."
She says, "Oh,
I hope you will be willing to take my word at this, and I understand how it sounds, but I feel Ogmar has guided me here, through visions and dreams, that one of your lore masters is dealing with quite an affliction, and I don't know what it is or how I can help, but Ogmar has sent me here to help with what is affecting Atlevast. And I was hoping to get to speak with him before I leave."
make a persuasion check." Before you can answer, your dinner is interrupted as all of you kind of simultaneously hear the sounds of screaming and panic coming from the streets outside.
I'm going.
Outside
from the street, from the city.
Rayla's going.
Yep.
Are we able to see from where we're
Yeah,
at?
there's windows. You could get up and go to the window.
That's what I'm gonna
Balazar
do.
will get up and go to the window.
Raylan's hitting the stairs.
As you look out the window, you see on the river below, sailing upriver, it would be right there as you look outside, a pirate ship of blue ethereal construction just phase through the bridge. It sails upriver. It stops just outside of the House of Knowledge, and you see dozens of skeletons and various other undead pour out of the ship, running directly toward the House of Knowledge. And
Well, that's
where
not
we'll end-
Illithid.
And that's where we'll end today.
Aw, we're ending so early.
9 o'clock is our normal end time.
Is it?
I want to fight skeletons.
It's usually in deference to Nicole because it's midnight where she's at.
That's true.
Sure, but she's not here.
I mean, we can go for a little while more if you guys want.
I'm down.
If you're not ready to run the encounter, we can absolutely wait, Brian.
No, I'm totally ready. We can go. I always have in my head 9 o'clock is
I'm good to go for way long.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys want to play for 8 hours, I'll do that. But
I can't quite go that long because I am
know.
kind of tired.
8 hours is a lot. I've done 8-hour sessions. By the end of an 8-hour session, you're ready to be done. That's for sure.
Sure.
All right, hold on. I do have to find.
But 4 or 5, easy.
Hold on a moment here.
I tend to run most of my games long. That's just how I am as a DM.
Well, with I've tried to get on time in deference to Andrew and Nicole. I've really tried to hit the mark.
Right.
Understandable.
We could take a break though.
That is a good idea. I'd like to get something to drink.
Cool. Let's take a fiver.
Sounds good.
All right.
Well, that's not what I
Righto.
thought was going to happen in this meeting. I have to be honest.
Same.
Option A, B, C, D, and as usual, option Brian.
I thought there was like, man, there's a lot that could go wrong here, a lot of good stuff that could happen here. Ghost skeleton attack was not on my list.
Was not on the list. Not on your list of things you were prepped for.
Yeah, I was not. I was not ready for the ghost skeleton attack.
I hope you have your rapier. We'll be right back.
I'm sure I do.
It's hidden in the back of your robes. Where did I put that thing? Son of a bitch.
Still don't have a belt. It's just stuck in the robe somewhere on the undergarments.
I'll be right back.
Haven't finished my cloak yet.
Like I say, I'm having a fun time playing Raylan.
Yeah, I can
I
tell.
bet you are.
Everything I do works perfectly, and there's no consequences.
I don't like her.
I felt like that with Callista for a long time.
I felt like that with Cringe for a long time.
Yeah.
Never felt like that with Rogar.
You guys do not trust Raylan. I can tell by the 8 insight checks a sentence I get.
Not yet.
Of course, they never really trusted Baldrum either, so maybe it's just you.
Yep.
Snicket trusted Bastion implicitly.
Because Bastion
It was written into the backstory. You had no choice.
Bastion was too simple to be scheming. Bastion's like, Snicket is friend. Garrow is enemy. That's all.
Complete black and white.
Garrow was Bastion's BBEG.
I was so mad that Garrow just is like a title.
Yeah.
Like, oh, Garrow passes on to the next guy. I was like, no, fuck you, Brian.
I'll kill them all.
I'll kill them all, Brian. Then organic life must be eliminated.
Kill them and the whole family.
I want him dead. I want his family dead. I want his house burned to the ground.
Bastion's gonna go start a new unnaming ritual just to unname Garrow. Man, I'm really liking playing Raylan. I'm having a lot of fun.
So my prediction for what you are,
Mhm.
you're obviously charisma primary stat.
Possibly.
You are. Your persuasion is really high. I suppose it could be something else that's your primary stat. But you're not wearing armor, and I feel like if you were a rogue, you would be wearing armor. Either that, or you have the armor, glamored armor. Could have that, but I doubt it. So that leaves 2 options. That leaves a warlock and a bard.
My guess is Hexblade Warlock.
And see, my guess is actually a bard, potentially a College of Swords. But I think me or Jay are right. I think it's one of those.
I think we're gonna find out real quick.
I think we are. I think it's a bard or a warlock. I'm not sure which.
Yeah, that's the other reason why we couldn't end tonight, because we don't have any idea what Thomas is. I can't wait an entire additional week to figure that out.
You could be a hexblade with the Eldritch Invocation that lets you cast Mage Armor at will. And if you're using a rapier, you could be really high charisma, really high dex, and that would let you have a really high AC with Mage Armor.
Possibly.
And let you not have to actually wear armor.
And the rapier is their pack weapon.
Yeah.
Or
Or you could
all good guesses.
That's my theory.
Or you could be a College of Swords bard and basically be exactly the same thing. It's just you're a College of Swords bard.
I'm back.
Or, alternate theory, Blade Singer.
Could be, but Blade
Or
Singer would be really high end, wouldn't probably have really high charisma.
But could.
or barbarian.
It could, but it would be really unoptimal because you would want high dex and high intelligence as a Blade Singer. And have you done an investigation?
Yeah, I think you guys both did investigations in the.
Boy, let me tell you, this was a session of unexpected. You guys did a whole bunch of crap that I didn't expect.
I gotta say, Brian, I'm having a ton of fun.
This was like,
What did you expect us to do?
This is one of the most fun sessions of D&D I've ever been a part of. I'll say that. I'm having a real good
you
time.
guys should start a journal of questions to ask at the end of the campaign, honestly.
So what did we do that you didn't expect? Can you answer that?
Pretty much everything that you did.
Oh, okay. You had to have expected Balazar to go to
The House of Knowledge I expected.
yeah,
Can
and
you should make us a new handout.
Did you expect it
of
to go like this?
I did not expect it to go like this, no.
You should make us a new handout of list of questions to ask at the end.
You
of
know
the
what? I will
campaign.
do that. I will
Did you
absolutely.
expect Leodell to find
We'll
out my
just add
secret?
to it.
Hold on here. Let's see.
yeah, that should be tradition from now on. List of questions for the DM at the end. That could be
Yes,
really
at
cool.
the end, everyone forgets what questions they wanted to ask.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. We can have like 30 minutes to an hour just talk about the campaign after
We can
the
have
end.
a wrap up session.
Yeah.
You can just go through the list.
There you go. It is now there.
It'll be in order of how things came up. So we'll start at the beginning.
All right, Brian, are you ready?
I'm ready if you guys are ready.
Let's do it.
How high up are we on? Like the second or third floor or something? Or
You guys would be on like the second floor, yeah. The temple is higher than the rest of the
okay.
library, and it's a fairly big facility, so it'll take you a few minutes to get down there.
How many feet to the bottom?
Well, if you're on the third story, what is that, 30 feet?
Okay, well then I think I'll probably just pop open a window. And probably just stay up here.
I was
Well,
running
they're
upstairs.
running into the library below where you're at. So like same building. They're running into the House of Knowledge.
They're already coming inside. Okay.
Correct.
Oh, I couldn't have started shooting them as they.
Sure,
Okay.
you could pop off a couple on your way in. Go ahead and roll to attack.
I
Hit a
would've
couple
done the same.
skeletons.
Okay. Favorite foe.
Brian, if you kill this character, I'm going to be pissed if it's in the first encounter.
That's funny.
It's funny because you're all gonna die.
You guys pop off two skeletons as they're running in, basically. Or actually, Leah would get one and most of another. And you don't roll damage, Max. And Max, that's enough to take down one. All right, so are you guys going to run to the library, or what is it that we're going to do here?
Guess
I'm
we're
just
gonna
trying to
run
get
down to
to
where
the
they are.
marker.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Oh, good.
Fastest way would just be go out the window and go up behind them.
Honestly.
I don't want to take the fall.
Be the easiest way to get surrounded too.
Yeah. Oh.
And then we're not defending the librarians.
And there's a mind flayer in here somewhere.
Maybe.
Who's going to be the next one?
Maybe he's gonna help us.
Mine actually, I think mind flayers, like, not only just completely and utterly hate the undead, I think they're terrified of them because they have no minds. So mind flayers are like, what the fuck is this? This is an abomination.
Oh yeah, did we ever decide on who's gonna get
Joke's on
protection
you, I
from
have
good
no
and
mind
evil?
either.
Who's gonna get what?
My protection from good and evil.
No.
You give it to whoever you want.
I'll always give it to myself then.
You guys, 4 of you run through the temple into the upper vaults of the library, which is where Balazar and Raylan did your research. And you can see, you can hear the screams of acolytes in the upper vaults, and some skeletons kind of moving around the upper vaults. Braziers have been toppled over, so there's some like little small fires here and there. You guys are more than a match for a couple of skeletons. So I'm gonna roll a couple skeleton attacks and see if you guys get hit, and then you can, because I'm not gonna make you just 5v1 4 skeletons or whatever. That doesn't make any sense. So this is how we're gonna do this.
All on Raylan because she's up front.
3 on Balazar is not here. His name's changed. 3 on Raylan.
No, wrong on every level.
Oh no, I'm sorry. That's 3 on Balazar. I was going left and right on ones. 3 on Balazar and 1 on Raylan.
Still confusing their names.
He's dead,
I know.
Brian, let him go.
On Balazar, I assume you casted Mage Armor, but 15, 18, 5.
Let me check something real quick.
And then 9 on Raylan.
I will shield. None of those hit.
Okay, excellent. So you guys dispatch the 4 skeletons you stumble across on your way.
I will also be using Prestidigitation to put out any of the small fires.
Okay, no problem. You run
as we're
across the occasional wounded or killed acolyte as you make your way through, kind of trying to follow the trail of destruction going through the upper vaults. Eventually, you make your way towards the back of the vaults, an area which clearly hasn't seen a lot of use. There's dust everywhere. The chambers are mostly unlit. You can tell the source of light just haven't been used back here very much. There's kind
Dancing lights.
of molding curtains, smashed lanterns, and
Cast light.
Finally, you discover what was a sturdy oak door set into a solid frame, and there was an iron gate blocking access that was also chained shut, but the whole thing has been smashed down.
So they're breaking into like a restricted section of the library, it looks like?
Correct.
Okay. And then do we see skeletons inside there?
Hold on, Brian. I know my ghost lore. Undead
Yeah?
things can't interact with iron.
Oh.
I'm just fucking with you.
The thing is wood.
I'm fucking with you.
This is why Aaron's the worst.
I wonder if the undead mage that we released in that ship is commanding all these skeletons.
Ooh, probably. Maybe this is where his staff is, huh?
Ooh.
Maybe this is where my staff is.
You know, one of these days, I'm gonna do a campaign where I just know like the first 2 sessions, and everything else after that is going to just be based on theories the PCs throw out, and I'm gonna use those theories to build the following sessions.
Sure, yeah. Write that down. Write that down.
I bet I know what this is. Oh yeah, tell me. Who you think it is?
What do you want it to be?
Hold on, let me get my notebook. What is exactly that you think it is?
Really? Wait, how does that work?
What's the marching order going through this doorway?
I first.
Raylan is first.
I will be
so
last.
eager to die again.
Balazar is last.
I guess I'll go second, unless
All right.
Sure.
There it is. So, Rhea, you descend down an uneven stairway into the darkness below. Who has dark vision again?
I do.
But he cast
I do.
light.
Oh, you
On his-
cast Dancing Light.
I
But it
cast
still makes
dancing
sense.
light, and Raylan cast light.
Oh, there you go. So now you have light. You descend uneven stair to the darkness. Eventually, the descent culminates into an octagonal chamber lined with tapestries, with 4 ornately carved stone pillars supporting the arched ceiling. In each corner of the room stands a small desk, and there is a foul stench emanating from the eastern passage.
Ew.
Let me
Are there
switch.
skeletons in here?
There are, in fact,
Let's fight them.
skeletons in here. Hold on a minute. Let me get you guys where you're at.
First combat, new character. Who dis?
right?
Oh, I've been wanting to do combat all session, Brian.
He wants to show us what he is, but he won't tell us.
Raylan, your aura is so huge.
Let's show, not tell.
Raylan's swole as hell. She's huge.
Oh my god, you guys all have massive ones.
We're all massive. We're all fucking gym bros.
Except for Leah has no aura.
Yeah, of course. I didn't earn my aura.
Did you get the reference of the GIF I posted, Thomas?
Nope.
The room is an octagon.
Oh, of course. Brock Lesnar comes out of the corner.
It's supposed to be just black?
No, it's not. I have to reveal it. Hold on.
Okay.
I was dragging your guys' tokens in here.
Randy Orton, no! Roman Reigns comes out of the corner.
Have everybody roll initiative.
FTFing a shark.
Freaking hilarious.
What, the Brock Lesnar GIF?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't see myself to click on myself to roll my initiative.
I can.
You're not really there, but there you go, so you can see yourself.
Oh boy, I rolled a 7.
Yeah, you know, we'll do this. I'll put you guys off to the side. So Raylan front, Max second, Leah behind, and then Balazar.
I love Brock Lesnar.
He's better than he used to be. Let's see. Raylan, you notice as you step foot into this room, the floor is covered in a slick, slime-like substance.
Interesting.
Leah.
Come on in here and start shooting.
Sure, as you do.
Yep. So the top one?
Yeah, those don't hit. No, I'm totally kidding. Those absolutely hit.
So favorite foe. Got some decent damage rolls so far tonight. So 14, 25.
The creature explodes in a hail of your arrows, even though the X didn't show up. There we go. Max.
Well, I actually want to walk to here and take a look.
There you go. All right. You have dark vision, right?
Yeah.
60 feet. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Then get to here. Let's see, that would be... you kind of smell this like moldy, musky, very unpleasant odor coming from that room in front of you, Leah. And those look like stairs going down, and you think you can see water beneath the stairs, but it's kind of hard to tell from the angle you're at.
I will. That's it for me.
Max.
I will walk over here and I will shoot this skeleton with my longbow using Planar Warrior.
All right.
So 31 force damage.
Okay, that creature explodes.
And
Both
then-
of the Gar's skeletons are exploded before they have a chance to move.
I will
And,
look down this way.
Are you opening the door?
Oh,
It's
is there
just
a
an
door
open
there?
doorway. No, it's an open doorway.
Ah,
Actually, you could see straight ahead of you too, Raylan. Raylan.
it's unfortunate how little I can see. Move over here. Take a peek down this hallway, left, right. Oh, hello. There's no acolytes down here, right?
Not that you've seen.
Okay, as Raylan steps up and sees the skeletons, you watch as the priest robes on her of Ogmar flamelessly begin to turn to ash. And she steps forward and she looks left, looks right, kind of points at each of them and says, "Eeny, meeny, miny, ruin." And one of the skeletons, this deep red brand, begins to sizzle and spark on his chest rib cage. And I will make
I know what you
your
are.
attack at him.
You're a fucking blood hunter.
19 hits.
That's that. Plus, I'm gonna do that other thing that I sent you.
Okay.
Don't want to share it with the audience, eh?
I know what he is. I know
Well-
exactly what he is.
The skeleton bursts into a flame of magical energy and dissipates onto the floor.
As I stab the brand that was put on him, it actually explodes. And then I'll use my other attack on this other guy.
Do you have any movement left? He's at.
Let's see where I was. Right here, right here.
Yeah.
So no.
All right. The skeleton will mindlessly shuffle at you, and it will attack, and it will miss.
Yep.
Balzar.
Hmm. I know exactly what you are. You're a profane soul. Okay. I don't think I can hit that skeleton over there. Let's see, what spells do I have that I could use? Nothing really useful, so I'm gonna move to here and I'm gonna hold a firebolt in case something comes within range for me to attack it.
All right, Leah.
I think I will go ahead and step out to here. See what I see.
All right. So those are. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw, please. Those are stairs that actually go downward. There is a level difference from where you're at down to where the stairs go. And
24.
no problem. It's slippery from the slime that seems to be coating the floor everywhere in here. One moment here. This chamber that you're in now looks like it was clearly used by a library at some point, but the books have been removed and the floor is entirely flooded with this stagnant, gross, blackish water. The place reeks of rotten fish and mold. And that's it.
All right. Well, I will. come
Oh,
back
actually,
up
hold
here.
on. I can reveal a little more ahead of you. One moment. And directly ahead of you is what appears to be a statue of a suit of armor covered entirely in the same slime that's all over the floor.
Interesting. Well, I'll get back to here. And I don't think I quite have a bead on the skeleton, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Well, then I will hold my action to attack if I see anything hostile.
Max?
I won't really be able to do anything either going that way. So I'm going to take 15 feet up here and check around the corners and stuff.
Same thing. The stairs descend a little bit down to the area where you're currently at. This room has floor-to-ceiling bookshelves built along the walls, including the doorways. 2 ladders on rails set against the western wall allow access to the books that are out of arm's reach. And although not currently lit, there are 3 large silver handeliers hanging from the arc ceiling. I suppose.
Balazar starts hyperventilating. Books.
And does this look to be like another entrance to the
That is
room?
another passageway, yeah.
I will move over here so I can see up here. I wonder if these 2 rooms connect. Yeah, they do. Move my last movement up here. And am I able to see him from where I'm at, or is he
Yes.
still kind of
Yes,
okay?
definitely.
Oh, shoot at him twice. And I did go ahead and choose my ancestral thing.
Okay. Yep, both. Well,
Using
yeah, I
that word.
think both those hit. No, 1 hits.
So 15 force damage.
That is enough to kill Mr. Skeleton.
And all my arrows count as magical ammo. Because of this.
That room that you're in, Mac.
The one that you're talking about.
This room appears to be some kind of a storeroom, and it's just piled high with hundreds of books. It appears that all the books they removed from other parts of here, they just kind of threw haphazardly into this room in front of you.
Okay.
So it looks like these skeletons are looking for a certain book. Like
I don't know.
they're tearing these off the shelves.
No, they were removed at some point from other places in here.
Okay.
It looks like these skeletons appear that they were just maybe on guard some kind.
Okay.
Well, I guess we should keep moving forward.
These are me.
I'd say this to the rest of the party.
Which way should we go? Down the stairs that you were looking at, or over here? Probably over here with the skeletons regarding, I would assume.
I would say that we go this way. The other way it was just was slimy and looked like there was water. I don't know. I didn't see anything down that way, but
Alright, Raylan, take your rapier and head on that way. We'll be right behind you.
Cool.
and then we all.
I'm going. We're right behind you. Wink.
Alright, the 3 of us leave.
Imagine you guys just like standing like 10 feet behind me, just watching, like debating what class I am.
I accidentally closed the turn order and I don't know how to get it back.
That's cool. I deleted it because we were out of combat.
Oh, we're
Yeah,
out of combat.
You don't close it. DM opens and closes it.
Ko'otoa? Brian, what are you doing here?
They appear that they kind of start when they hear you come up behind them. It looks like they're trying to clear out a caved-in passageway right here.
Oh, gross! Oh!
And they're not attacking us or anything.
No, they look like they're not quite sure what to do with you yet.
Rayla will attack him.
All right. We'll roll initiative. Hold on a moment. 1 second. Oops.
By the way, Max looks like a Death Knight.
I can see that.
Blood Elf Death Knight.
Huh.
All right. Let's roll initiative.
Oh, what's that? Colteria or something like that? Is that his name? It's him and Thracian are the two Death Knights.
Coltier.
Yeah, Coltier. Yeah, that's his name.
He does. He looks just like Coltier. No, Thracian is the.
Thracian's the human.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, initiative again.
Mm-hmm.
Palantir?
6.
Max, you see 4 pseudo fish humanoid creatures in front of you.
I'm going to hold an attack action for if they attack us.
All right. Leah, you have no idea what's going on?
True. But I hear something going on up there, so come up here and see these gross fish creatures. So I will go ahead and take a shot with my longbow at this.
All right.
I was thinking about taking that as well.
On this one, 16 to hit.
Yep.
$11.
It's pretty wounded.
All right, and that's it for me.
Raylan.
Raylan will point at this one in the back here and say in a language I don't think any of you guys speak. And the head of the creature erupts in flames, which forms a circle above its head. I'm going to cast Burning Halo on this one.
What language is
Oops,
it?
that's not right. Wait, is it? Yeah, that was the right spell.
It wasn't primordial, was it?
He passes.
Was it celestial?
I'm guessing it was if infernal or abyssal.
Then I will put a brand on this guy at the top, and that's my turn.
Does anything happen if he passes the save?
Nope, he's good.
All right, cool. Balazar.
If I move to right here under Skelly Man, I don't suppose I can shoot around the corner, can I?
We'll say with cover. How's that?
With cover? Alright.
Fair.
Let's
Yeah,
see
just
if
peeking
it's
around the corner.
if it's with cover. I'll just do a mind sliver on the top guy, this guy right here. So he needs to make an intelligence save, DC 14.
And passes.
That's it. Turns over.
The Kuotoa make a kind of weird fish garbly noises, and they run down in this room down here. Make an attack of opportunity, Leah.
One of them has a thing on him. Make sure you mark him so I don't forget.
27 hits.
You make an opportunity attack with a longbow?
I'll see why not. It's usually at disadvantage because something.
I think it might have to be a melee weapon.
We'll look it up. It's fine for now. Max?
Well, I am going to 15. Move right here.
All right.
I kind of like parkour and run up over the wall above them and then around over here. And am I able to see that one to shoot it? I can just barely see the token on there. I don't know if I'd have a line of
Yes.
sight. I will shoot at it with Planar Warrior.
One of those hits.
12 force damage.
The wounded Kotoa. Oh, you actually see there's more than the ones that ran in there.
Oh. There's more in there. And then I'll take a step back.
Leah?
Is this an open?
It's a tunnel that's been collapsed in on, so there's a bunch of rubble blocking off a passageway. The Kotoa were attempting to clear out said passage when you guys came in.
Guys, I don't think it's illithid.
Okay, one moment, por favor.
It's
Maybe
a
it's
little. It's fishy.
Maybe there's a Kraken priest down
Yikes.
here.
I just like the sound that Thomas made. I don't know what it was, but I liked it.
I don't either. It just
You just-
happened. That was like static on a TV. Opportunity attacks do have to be melee weapon attacks or grapples.
Okay, so we'll know that for the future. Leah, make a dexterity saving throw, please.
Okay.
Saving throw. I hear dexterity
Leah,
saving throw. I
as you
freak
start
out.
to go down that hallway, you feel yourself kick a tripwire, and the roof starts collapsing in above you. So you can dive forward or backward.
Backward.
Yeah.
The tunnel appears to be collapsed in.
Those motherfuckers. Fuck! Raylan's like violently kicking the rocks, just like, get back here!
Does it look like there's any way through the rocks?
You could spend time to clear them out if you chose to.
What if I use levitate?
If you wanted to levitate, use a spell slot to levitate out a bunch of rocks, you could do that.
Would it levitate enough for us to be able to get through?
You think so, based on what you saw fall.
Okay, it's levitate.
All right. You spend 10 seconds or whatever it takes to clear out the rocks, and the Koatoa are right there waiting, and the thing is open. Suppose we'll re-roll it.
Nice try, Brian. We hate these fucking fish things. They're gonna die.
One more. There we go. Max, you're up.
I will cautiously move forward, making sure I don't trip any more tripwires.
Is
And
this
then-
the marked one?
Yes.
I will shoot at this one down here
All right.
with Planar Warrior.
Both of those hit.
13 and 18, so 31 force damage.
This one's dead. Leah?
I guess I'll move over to the side too, one, so people can get through.
Here, as a bonus action, I am going to cast Hunter's Mark.
All right.
And I'll mark this first one.
All right.
12 to hit.
12 does not hit. 18 does.
For 9 damage.
All right. Balazar?
I think I can see this guy right here.
Sure.
I'm
Just cut
I'm
with
gonna
cover.
I'm gonna firebolt at him. Does an 18 hit?
Indeed it does.
Oh, that's the wrong thing. 5 damage. Shame that other roll's so much better.
Raylan?
I'm gonna use my bonus action to put a second brand on this guy, and then I'm gonna throw a javelin at him.
With cover. Still hits.
Okay, and I'll detonate both of my thingies.
1 damage from the javelin.
And then they explode for 11.
This one's dead.
So they both explode for 11?
Yeah, that was both of them.
Okay.
This back Kuatua. Actually, this one here was going to huck a spear at Max. Or 12 piercing damage. And then these other two, now cornered, will charge. And both miss.
Yep.
Max.
Aren't these the things that fucked up Corbin?
Yes, yes they are. He's like, oh god!
They had those fucking spears grappled you, and I was like literally on like 3 spears, like holding on to me.
Yeah, that was in the hag fight, right?
Yes, it was.
They all were grabbing me, and I was like, ah!
Are you gonna take a disengage action?
Yeah, I'm gonna disengage and come back here.
Do
Actually, I'll come
do
back
we
here.
see anything else in here, or is this just a dugout pit and there's no exit?
It looks like just a dugout pit, and the floor of this particular room is covered with stinking rags and straw, and it reeks of dead fish. That's what you see at a glance.
Okay. Huh.
Yeah, that was it.
Leah?
I am gonna disengage and leave. I'm gonna tell Balazar that there's nothing in there and just to drop it.
I don't think he's been holding the rocks this whole time. He moved them out of the
Yeah,
way.
I think they're just out of the way.
Oh, I thought you casted levitate and lifted them up.
Yeah, but he lifted them away from the
All
hole.
right. Well, then, yeah, I guess I'm just gonna disengage and walk away.
Raylan is
I don't
Does
see
not-
any reason to
just
slaughter
a lot of these things.
things.
Balazar?
I am going to hold a firebolt if they come towards us.
Raylan?
Raylan's gonna step forward and extend her hand out to this one right here, and she's just gonna say, "Serve and you may live."
He fails.
He has to attack his closest ally.
He turns and spears the one next to him. He misses. Oh no, actually he hits. 13 hits exactly. I lied. For 6 damage.
There you go. Now they'll kill each other.
And then I step
Start
into the
over.
room.
All right. They both look at each other confused, but it only does it for the one time, right? So now he's not like dominated. Now he's normal.
Yeah, now he just has a choice to make.
All right, they both attack you. 22, I think it's 16, probably not.
Both hit.
Oh, in that case, 7 and 6, 13 damage.
I will hellish rebuke one of them.
The wounded one, I assume.
Yeah.
For dex stab, that is enough to kill it. Because his friend stabbed him last time. And then this guy will run up and take his buddy's spot, and he will attack.
Before he attacks, I get to firebolt him
Sure you do.
because
Go for it.
he met the condition. 20,
hits.
14 damage.
That's on the first one that attacked, right?
That's on the one that moved closer.
All right. Well, that would kill him,
Now it smells like cooked fish in there.
right? Max.
I would move up here so I could shoot at him and shoot him with Planar Warrior
All right. 20 to 25 hits.
for 13 force damage, and then I would move back.
He has 13 health left, so. All right.
Balazar wants to just do a quick investigation on this room and see how these Kuatoa might have gotten in here,
Sure. Go ahead and roll
Uh,
an investigation check.
and he will guide himself.
All right.
9.
You
No.
don't know where they came from, and you don't find anything in here much more than stinky rags and rotten fish.
He'll just be like, strange, and leave.
Splendid! Onwards!
How collapsed does this look?
Collapsed enough that it's impassable, but you could probably
Rotate it.
uncollapse it if you wanted to.
Levitating, that's a second level spell slot, man. Well, I don't actually have any other spells probably that are going to be useful of second level, so fuck it, I'll do it.
Max,
All
how
right.
hard are you? Lidl, how hard are you, Max? Anybody hurt?
Nope. Nah.
Max is slightly.
I got hit by 12.
So you unclutter the collapsed area there,
Mm-hmm.
and the passageway is now open. One moment.
Why are you gonna heal me, Thomas?
I was going to, but 12 isn't enough to be worth it.
Fine. I'll cure wounds myself.
I can only do it once.
It's a 1.
8. Oh, 7. I didn't mean to do it at a higher level.
This passageway is a tight fit, but you can squeeze through it if you choose to.
Sure. I'll go last, though.
Oh, Balazar. And then Raylan will start scooting through.
Oh, look at Lady L's like, where's your little dragon buddy?
As you
You
get
think we
closer
need
to
it?
the
Not really. I was just wondering. You usually bring him out.
You can hear the sound of dripping water coming from ahead of you, Raylan, and as you proceed down this tunnel, that slime that was in most of the rest of this area seems to be getting thicker and slipperier as you move forward.
Ew.
Are we gonna fight a gelatinous cube?
I'm just gonna keep scooting up ahead at least to here so people can get in behind me.
Raylan, as you round the corner, you see more of the Kuatoa creatures ahead of you, but these ones are a little bit bigger, and they are carrying these sticks that have little pincer claws at the end of them. But they also seem to be moving away from you. like something else has their attention.
Can I see what at all?
You cannot see what. Hold on, I'll reveal this though. Oh, actually, you can see a little further. There is a tunnel where they're going. So you can see to about there. And go ahead.
I don't think Raylan would do anything. She would just kind of look at her friends and be like, "Well,
Let's see where they go.
secret agent man,
Secret tunnel.
secret tunnel."
This tunnel is flooded, and the further you go forward, the deeper and deeper the water gets.
We all have water. We have water breathing. It's fine.
I'm gonna stand on this rock.
It
We have
is,
water breathing.
You can see the water dripping from above. It's a fair amount. You think that whatever flooded here is basically a result of the water dripping from here down into flooding this area below. So it's almost like it's kind of lightly raining on all your guys' heads in this room.
Mm-hmm.
And ahead of you, echoing down these tunnels, you can hear the sounds of battle.
Let's go.
Or sure we don't want to wait.
For what?
A victor.
We can at least see who is fighting.
We can help determine the victor and how victorious they are.
Oh, fine, but only for you, darlings.
When you get that is the point at which you will have to swim and no longer walk. By the way, right there. Leo.
I don't want to do swim combat.
You have water breathing.
Yeah, but I don't want to do swimming combat. I gotta be up close to stuff.
Is there any room between the water and the ceiling?
Yes, there is.
Fighting
You could-
underwater
you-
sucks.
you could-
This is
climb-
a
you could
weird
spider.
campaign setting for you to build a character that doesn't like to swim.
Well, it's not that I don't like to swim. I don't like to fight underwater.
You know what I meant.
Are you proceeding forward?
If you're not, I will.
I'll go behind you. I'm right behind you, bud.
All right, we'll have you stop right there, Leo. This is going to take me a minute to
Sure.
set up real quick. Hold on here. Start here. All right, one moment. That would be 3. So this looks like, Leah, you recognize the other end of the room that you saw earlier from the stairs.
Oh, I was wrong. I guess this was the way to go.
On a side note, Brock Lesnar looks way better with a beard.
He does.
Yeah, that's true. He looks a lot older with a beard.
Well, he's kind of got a baby face.
He
Yeah.
also is a lot older in the gift with him with a beard.
Yeah.
Brock Lesnar.
Oh, Paul Heyman, you crazy.
I want Paul Heyman to be Rogar's announcer. Rogar. Rogar Lesnar. He's got a Celestium shield. What are you gonna do?
Not hit them. That's what they're not going to do.
Do you know how high my client's armor class is?
My client is invincible.
The reigning, defending, undisputed.
Would anyone like to dispute?
My client Rogar Lesnar is invincible.
You guys hear Vince McMahon like retired?
You know why?
Yeah,
Because of
because of hush money
yeah, pretty much.
and sexual abuse allegations, which no one should be surprised by.
Oh no.
Nope.
No.
I mean, it was written all over the story.
You're telling me that a billionaire TV star, white
Hopped
man, was involved in sexual assault
Hopped up
allegations?
on steroids.
Well,
The guy who
You expect me to
literally,
believe that?
the guy who literally would strut down to the ring, down the ramp with a giant, wide stance because of his humongous balls.
well, not only that, a guy who inserted himself into several storylines in WWE, WWF that, if they were real, would 100% be sexual abuse and like coercion and shit like that.
I will say though, there's few things in life that's brought me more joy than seeing Stone Cold hit him in the head with a bedpan.
That was pretty good. From what I understand, Vince McMahon is also just a weird fucking dude.
Sure.
Just like super weird.
Sure.
Raise your hand if you're shocked.
And no hands were raised on that
hands
day.
were
Nope,
raised.
nope, my hands
If they were, we have nowhere to verify.
still on my keyboard and mouse.
That's some meth grade copium there, Thomas.
Meth grade, the highest grade.
All right. So Leah and Raylan and the rest of you get a slightly less detailed view of this, but as you swim around the corner and look in this flooded library, the water is approximately 10 to 12 feet deep, depending on where you're going. You see a just completely chaotic battle underwater taking place between Koatoa, undead pirates, randomly a human priest, and an aboleth.
Oh! Oh! Oh!
There's your
Oh.
mind control.
Go back! Go back to the tunnel!
We're gonna have everyone roll initiative.
Okay,
Ryan,
so
what are you doing?
we all agree on what needs to die first here, right?
Yeah, we run away.
The
I
skeleton?
don't know what an aboleth is.
I don't know.
They're fighting each other, by the way.
Do we know what an aboleth is?
I don't know. Would your character have any reason to know what an aboleth is?
Nature check.
2 7s on my initiative. It's ridiculous.
Maybe you might have an idea.
I know that one guy who would know.
Would
I mean,
It just-
my instinct
for-
is just to shoot the biggest thing in the room, but
Well, that is the
What-
giant fish-looking thing toward the
would
top of the water.
in his research about Illithid, would he have learned anything about aboleth? Because they oftentimes work in cahoots.
That's a pretty obscure fact. I wouldn't think so.
You ran across in the adventures thing basically a passing reference to a psionic fish.
Okay.
So maybe the guy upstairs is fish brainwashed.
Yep. That makes sense to me.
Then what are all
He's
these
gonna eat our
undead doing
fish
here?
brain.
Our Captain Black Dagger.
It'd be me, Captain Fragbeard.
So who
The late Captain Fragbeard.
Me bird,
You got one
Splody.
shot.
So is everybody fighting against everybody?
The undead seem to be fighting the Koatoa and the aboleth.
Okay.
and the Koatoa are fighting alongside the aboleth.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the priest?
He appears to be with the aboleth.
Okay.
I mean, we're leaving, right?
Raylan, what you doing? You swim around the corner, and it's just chaos, splashing in the water, undead pirates fighting fish people with spear sticks, skeletons and wraiths, some kind of phantom pirate captain, a giant psionic fish.
Raylan wouldn't know what to do, so she would just go, run! And then cast darkness.
On who? On where?
Everybody.
Chaos.
She's just making everybody in that room blind.
What could go wrong?
Here's what I want to know, though. Does Rhea know how bad the situation is?
I think she would just take a little peek in there and be like, nope, I was right. We shouldn't have gone in there.
So
It's 15-foot radius, so I can get...
15? Is it 15 foot?
It's 15-foot radius, so 50
30
feet in each
feet.
direction.
So 30 feet, basically. Okay, 30. So if you centered on that guy, it's going to be
I can get everybody if I center on the skeleton.
about like that.
Yeah, and then I'll just yoink it over to the left until it's not on me.
So like that.
Yeah.
All right, Leah, you're encased in total darkness.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, and then I'm gonna move back as far as I can.
All right, well, you're swimming.
Oh, fuck, and I've moved through people, so 10 feet.
You wanted combat so bad, but now you... Yeah.
I am not fighting a fucking aboleth right now, Jay. I'm not gonna argue with you on this point.
You don't want to fight an aboleth underwater?
I am not gonna argue with you on... Look, we fought an aboleth before, but we were like level 15.
The
Raylan doesn't
aboleth-
know what an aboleth is.
She knows there's a big monster! She's like, there's a big monster there. I don't want any part of that.
All these are... I guess it would be
On-
a straight roll, because nobody can see anybody. Disadvantage because I can't see you, but advantage
Right.
because you can't see
This
me.
is actually, you guys don't really know.
That's
but
true.
you hear
the aboleth
combat.
might be able to see.
You have no idea what's going on, but you do hear. You hear combat.
Who's the aboleth attacking right
You
now?
have no idea. It's in darkness.
Okay. Dispel
Somebody
magic.
wanted to see what was going on. Max.
Yeah, I don't want to be in the water with these things, so I'm gonna go over here. And how high is it above the water to the ceiling?
It's like 30 feet up, and the water's like 12 feet, so figure half and half.
All right, I'll walk up about 10 feet above the water, then,
Okay. So you're 5 feet from the ceiling, basically.
and I will shoot at the aboleth.
All
But it's
right.
dark.
Nope.
No, it's
Oh
not.
no, he dispelled it!
You dispelled it.
Let's see. I would say, yeah, I'm within 30 feet.
Mhm.
So I will use Planar Warrior.
All right.
And I will use my favorite foe on it. 23 and 26
Those will both hit.
for 18, 20, 25 force damage.
You have the aboleth's attention. He does not like that.
I don't think he won his attention.
Do I see him look at me? Or do I notice that that I have his attention now?
Sure.
I will then take a step back this way, kind of go around the corner,
Okay.
hoping that he can't see me. Still just standing on the wall.
All right.
And that's it. He sees me like, ooh, just gonna back around you.
The Aboleth will take a legendary action to attack Captain Blackbeard. Or, is that what his name was? Black Dagger. Black Dagger.
I'm about to say, his beard does not look black at all.
The Sword Wraith Warrior will attack the Kotoa next to it and will miss. All these skeletons will attack the Kotoas next to them. And they will hit. Leah.
Am I in melee with the skeleton, or is it down below?
No, they're like walking along under the water, basically. They're walking along the floor.
Okay, and how far up are we?
So the water is 10 to 12 feet deep, so if you're like close to the surface, then it would be 10 feet down.
And that's where we came out of this tunnel?
Correct.
Okay. Well, and I guess I will, as a bonus action, I'll move my Hunter's Mark to the Illithid, and I'll take a couple of shots at it with disadvantage because I'm underwater.
The Aboleth? Sure.
Sure, the Aboleth.
Yep.
12 and 13. Yikes.
Those do not hit.
Okay. Well, then I will swim back into here.
Captain Black Dagger will attack the Aboleth. Will hit once. And then as a legendary action, the Aboleth will attack him back.
Maybe miss with this.
For 14.
16 hits?
Yep.
Okay.
Balazar.
I am going to cast... I'm going to cast Witch Bolt at 3rd level. And hopefully I'll hit it. Oh, that hits. It's got it, right?
Hold on one moment.
What are you attacking?
The Aboleth.
Oh, you have to be within 30 feet, so you'd have to go out of the tunnel, right?
You would. Remember, he's 10 feet down in the water.
Right, so that'd be 25
Oh,
from where I'm at.
There you go. Then you would be within.
nice.
So that hits, right?
Sorry, what'd you roll?
24.
Yes, 24 hits.
And at 3rd level, that is 17 lightning damage.
That's too bad.
Well, the first die was good, but then the second two weren't that great. And I will move around the corner as well, so I'm kind of out of sight.
That is an unhappy Aboleth.
And that is it for me.
All right, he will use his.
Nope, can't do that. Don't want him to. I don't like it when Aboleths do things.
I don't like it when aboleths do things either, but right now it's distracted. If we can pump enough damage into it to maybe kill it, which might be possible. Thankfully, these Kuatoa are sucking.
They are. That guy literally whiffed all of his attacks.
And if we can kill the aboleth, we might have this priest guy on our side.
He will. I suppose he would make sense for him to do this.
I'm too scared
And
to
the
lose another
Koatoa
character.
crit on Captain Blackdagger, and the Koatoa has killed Captain Blackdagger.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I think it's time to go, boys.
All right.
Well,
as a at initiative 20 as a lair action.
Yeah, well, this is his lair?
Yeah.
Fuck. You guys want to fight an aboleth underwater in its lair?
Well,
I'm not underwater.
we have a very clear escape route.
Not
So
if we get brain blasted.
Any creatures that he can see in water within 90 feet of him. I think the only one it can see is maybe Leah.
I don't know. Can he see Leah?
I think
If you come from the center of his token, he can't.
It depends where he's looking. Like, is he looking this direction or is he looking this way?
Well, yeah, you guys just dump 60 damage into him somewhat. He's looking in that direction.
But what if he got distracted by something shiny over here?
What
All right,
effect?
Where
I think you should roll a d2 and see if he got distracted by something shiny over here and doesn't see us.
Well, if you measure from the center of the token, then he wouldn't be able to see her.
So this is going to be 2 skeletons, 3 skeletons, and the wraith.
Becomes a conduit for the creature's rage.
Wisdom saving throw. 1, 2, 3. The skeletons all fail.
Wow.
I feel like it's against the rules of D&D to have to fight an aboleth at level 5.
I mean, to be fair, you guys chose to start fighting an aboleth at level 5.
Well, that was not a decision I made.
It was all Raylan's fault for casting darkness, starting the fight.
The fight was
they were just hanging out until that happened.
They were all just having a party, and then like, no.
Darkness happened. It's like the same as throwing a chair. It just starts a brawl.
All right, Raylan.
I mean, let's make the decision now. We all just want to swim away.
I'm splishing, I'm splashing, I'm out. You guys do what you want to do. So it's half movement underwater, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I go 15, I dash.
As Raylan leaves my combat range, can I try to grapple her?
I'll kill you. I'll fucking kill you. Raylan will fucking kill you.
Is that it for you, Raylan?
Yeah.
I mean, why join an adventuring party?
Not to die.
To be fair, an aboleth is a really scary fight, especially at as low as level as we are.
We don't know what's going on over here.
Well, and we
This
dumped
aboleth could be trying to save the world. We don't know.
Well, we dumped 60 damage into the aboleth, and
Can you
it's
make
still
a
green.
wisdom saving throw, please?
Who? Okay. Surprised it didn't target me.
I don't think I can quite see you, to be honest.
Well,
You
I
guys
don't
are
know.
kind of tucked off to the side.
Well, I guess I would technically be right. Yeah, right here. 'Cause it's staying on
And
the
you're
wall.
up. Yeah.
If we can see out of the water, then yeah.
Hmm.
Well, I failed.
Because I didn't
You
move too
did.
far forward.
The priest swims over to here. And he casts 3rd level Cure Wounds on the aboleth.
Should the aboleth's health bar be green right now?
No, it should not.
Okay.
The auras are not working properly.
Okay.
It is probably like a light red / deep yellow.
Oh, okay. Well,
They
then
had been fighting before you guys got there.
Okay, I'm a lot less worried now. I think.
Yeah, that changes
killed
things.
us.
Sure.
Yeah, my
Yeah.
apologies. None of the auras are working properly.
So would
Whatever.
you have done what you did, Thomas? Given that info?
Would I have still ran? Probably.
Okay.
Max.
Even
I
if I
guess.
wouldn't have, I don't. It's not worth retconning.
Okay.
I'll move right here to make sure I can see it and shoot it twice with my planar warrior.
All right.
Oh
Ooh,
no.
13 and 15.
Those both miss.
That sucks. Yeah, that's it, I think. Yep.
This guy will attack the Koatoa Whip and hit. Leah, you are commanded to attack Maximilian.
One hit.
And piercing.
So Leah shoots you in the back.
Backstabber.
At the end of Leah's turn, the Aboleth will take a legendary action, and it will Psychic Drain Leah. For 12 points of psychic damage, you may remake the saving throw now, though.
What? How are you doing on health, Leah?
That is the first damage I've taken.
Okay.
So you may redo the saving throw now, because you took damage.
No.
Fortunately not. Balazar, Leah just shot Max in the back.
By the way, did you go out a line of sight of the Aboleth before?
What?
Did you move out of line of sight with the Aboleth before after you switch bolt?
Yeah, I did.
Because that
Oh,
was
I did.
bolt.
Shit. That's the whole
I
reason.
just realized this.
Yeah, me too. Okay. That's really annoying. So let me check some quick. That is an action. And this.
Is there any magic that gets rid of the charm condition?
There is.
There's all kinds of magic that you were confirmation, yeah.
I don't have any of it. I am going to step over here. I am going to cast Magic Missile.
All right.
I am going to send 2 of the Magic Missiles at the Aboleth and 1 at Leodel.
Okay, go to roll damage. The last roll will be Leah.
Magic Missile. So 8 damage to the Aboleth, 3 to Leodel.
Okay, make another saving throw, Leah.
Damn.
Oh,
I'm gonna step. I'm engaged in melee with. Stay there
all right.
because I don't want to take an attack of opportunity. Well, I wouldn't. Well, but I wouldn't know that. Okay, yeah, I'll stay there.
The Aboleth is going to use its last legendary action to tail slap the skeleton that's next to him. He smashes into a billion pieces on the wall. Balazar, you went. Koatoa Whip. They will both attack the Wraith guy.
And suck doing it.
Well, 1 hit. And then there's one more. Is there one? Yeah. These Koatoa Whips start swimming towards you guys. You're up on the wall, right, Max?
Yeah. 10 feet above the water.
Balazar, you are swimming, though, right?
I am.
So he will swim up to you. He's just off to the side for the purposes of this.
Mm-hmm.
And he will attack.
His bite hits.
For 3 piercing damage. Raylan.
Ugh.
Oh, actually, hold on, Raylan.
Oh yeah, lair action.
It does have a lair action.
Oh no. I really wanted us to leave. I'm sorry, Jay. I didn't mean to put you in this position. It's got very awkward.
Well, at least we know that Raylan's a coward now.
I think we can kill the Aboleth. I think we just need to be able to DPS it.
I thought we were on the same page that we were collectively going to be cowards, and it seems like that was a misread on my part.
I don't recall ever giving that vibe. In fact,
Me
quite
either.
the opposite. I was pretty fervently in the other direction the whole time.
I was in a let's see how things go. Like, let's dump some damage into it and see how its aura changes. But the auras aren't changing, so.
Look, I lost a character last week. I'm a little on edge.
Well, see, the problem with this is that now it's an RP issue.
Raylan, you're up.
I don't know how Leodell wants to fight alongside Raylan after that, but
We don't get to know what the lair action was.
You do not.
If I jump on these rocks, can I not be swimming?
You can. The swimming doesn't kick in until about where Leah is. The water back in here is you can splash around in and walk through.
Oh, how far can I get? Is Leodell technically a hostile creature right now?
Probably. She's not a hostile creature with a melee weapon.
I was just wondering about if I could move past her, but it doesn't matter.
You could just
Slap her a few times.
unarmed melee attack and hope she breaks the. She can make the save.
manhand, offhand, double slap.
Yeah,
Go
I'll
full
do that actually.
Jigglypuff on Leodell.
And I'm not proficient in unarmed combat, so it's just a straight roll, right? Is it dex or it's strength, right?
I think it's strength. 14
Nope.
hit Leah.
Nope.
Offhand. You left-handed slapper. Nope.
No.
Nope.
Aboleth.
Aboleth seems frustrated it can't fit in that corridor.
I really
Tentacle
laughed at
attacks
it.
the skeleton next to it and smashes it into a billion pieces.
Can't express how happy I am it can't fit in that corridor.
Oh. Did it move away?
Well, no, there was one
No, he's
skeleton
just-
right next to it.
Yeah, he's just
Okay.
grabbing the skeleton money.
Gotcha.
Token.
And then he's going to move toward this wraith. Attack it twice. The wraith is not happy and out of allies or very close to it. The lore master will cast guiding bolt on Max. 15 hit.
Misses.
You see this divine energy smash into the ceiling above you. Max?
I'm going to go ahead and walk up to the ceiling
All
and
right.
then walk over here. And I'll shoot pretty much straight down on the Aboleth
All right.
with Planar Order.
There you
They'll
go.
both hit.
So 11, 25 force damage.
The Aboleth really did not like that. If the aura was working properly, it would be red.
And that's it.
On Wraith. Kill the Aboleth. Come on, Wraith.
I don't want to get shot in the back again. Actually, I'll probably-
As a legendary action, it will psychic drain Leah for 10 damage.
Still up?
Yeah.
Come on, wisdom save.
Nope.
Oh,
Will attack one of the guys next to it. It will hit.
At this
Do some
point,
damage.
the easiest way to do this is going to be to drain or to kill the Aboleth.
Yeah.
Leah, you are ordered to shoot Max more. More!
those both
Oh.
miss.
Yeah.
My heart's clearly not in it.
Balazar?
I will move to here so I can see the aboleth, and I am going to magic missile him at 3rd level.
All right.
So that's what, 5 bolts, is it? Yeah.
Yes. Yes. 3 and then +1 per level. So 2nd, 3rd, 5.
10, 18, 20. 20 damage.
The aboleth is not liking life at all.
And I will move back to here.
Okay. The Kuotoa whip attacks you twice. As soon as I can find it. Oh, bad.
The pincer staff is going to hit me.
Oops, ignore that. 3 piercing damage, and you are grappled.
Okay.
Forgot about that one.
It's fine. He doesn't hurt that bad.
And these two swim to the surface, so they're actually above the aboleth because he's at the bottom. Or that one does anyway. He attacks the... Oh, that might kill the last of the undead pirates. And it does.
What about that skeleton down there?
Oh, hey, he's still there. I totally forgot about him. I'll be honest. I
Hey,
totally
you can't forget about George the skeleton.
I know.
Jorge.
Jorge.
This one will use his pincer staff on Max. It has a 10-foot range. He's at the surface of the water.
Max
I
is
would
on
be
the
higher than
ceiling.
that.
Like, he literally moved to the ceiling. He said it last time.
Fair enough. In that case,
Throw the spear.
he will cast Sacred Flame. Make a dexterity
Ooh.
saving throw.
2 whole damage.
2 whole damage.
That's
Nope,
safe.
for nothing.
Sacredly flaming.
That's what Leodell's doing right now.
His last legendary action. His tail has a reach of 10 feet, so he will slap George the skeleton.
Bye, George.
George!
Explodes into a million pieces. Raylan?
You'll pay for that. Oh man. I'm gonna move over here and I guess I'll attack the bitch boy.
The
The big bitch boy.
aboleth? Or is it okay, the aboleth, alright. With the rapier? Or how
Yep.
close are you going? So where are you right now? So you know there's a Kuotoa actually right here. He's just
Oh,
off to
I
the
can't
side.
see him.
Yeah, he's off to the side.
Okay, I
because of
attack
what
him
Max
then.
is- yeah. So that those will both hit.
Is he dead?
He is not. These are beefy boy Kuotoas.
This is Mark, the Koatoa. He's not playing around. Koatoa.
Is that it for Raven?
Yeah, that's all I got.
Alright. Oh, lair action actually should have been before this. We'll do lair action now.
More fitting if it's right before his turn anyway.
Alright. So he cannot see Raylan and Leo. So this is basically only Max.
But I'm not in the water.
You're right, you're not in the water. In that case, he's going to do something different because it wouldn't make any sense for him to do that.
Well, lucky for me, I'm his friend right now, so he's not gonna hurt me.
That's true. Now I know it says on the ground, but I'm counting on the roof within 20 feet of the water is counting because it just makes sense still. So make a strength saving throw for the water not to pull you in, Max.
Well, that would be all of us.
He can't see you guys though.
It doesn't say yes.
Oh, it
yes.
doesn't say within sea. But this is any creature on the ground. You guys aren't in the ground, you're in the water. Max is specifically out of the water.
And
The water's
attached
gonna
to
pull
the
him.
earth.
But
But he made it.
He did
Nah,
make
he
it.
did.
Very good.
Is he strong?
Not really. I just
Yeah,
have proficiency in strength saves.
The
me
aboleth is
too.
going to move here, and he is going to use Enslave on Max.
You can't say more than one creature at a time.
I'm pretty sure I was reading it. Yeah, it doesn't say anything more than...
That's annoying.
Good thing I have protection from good and evil on. So I can't be charmed, right?
He can't be charmed.
Or possessed
Did
by
you
them.
did you actually cast that?
Boom! He did.
Yeah, he did.
We
As soon as
talked
we
about
came
who
down
he was
here.
going to put it on, and he said, fine, I'll just put it on myself.
Fair enough.
Yep, because we all ignored him.
Yep.
I'll bring up the recording.
He, in frustration... No, I believe you.
Play
Just
that
went the
tape.
other direction.
Play that beautiful bean footage. Oh.
I think Max still has line of sight on him.
I don't like that at all.
Even if he doesn't, he can move.
Yep. I can just run on the ceiling. Assuming this priest doesn't do anything.
I don't know if he has anything that can actually stop you.
He is going to swim over here. Yep, that's 15 exactly. Perfect. And he's going to use his last spell slot to cast Sanctuary on the aboleth.
Oh, I hate this guy. I might hate this guy more than the aboleth.
And then for his actual action, he will cast a cantrip on Max.
I think I
Go.
say
You do. Max?
I will come out here.
Yeah, you can still target the aboleth, just gotta make the wisdom save.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be able to use Planar Warrior from that far away. Try to maximize the damage. And I will shoot him with Planar Warrior.
Make a wisdom saving throw.
Nope.
To choose a new target.
I will choose. Do I want to choose a priest or not?
No.
I mean,
Nah.
it's not a concentration spell, so it doesn't really matter.
I'll choose this guy. Is that for both my attacks or just one of my attacks?
I think, so what does it say exactly? Do you word until this happens, any creature who targets with an attack or harmful spell must first take an. It's kind of.
So would I make a wisdom save for both of
I
my
think it's for
attacks
each
on him?
attacks, yeah.
Yeah, so the question is, would one
It doesn't
save.
say, like,
count-
takes the
it-
attack action.
That's
it's when
true.
you target it with an attack.
So that, but that cuts both ways, though, right? So let's say next turn he were to try to do it, you still have to make it for both, or like,
Right.
just because you
Yeah.
pass, right? Yeah. So yeah, you can try. So shoot your first attack at one of the others, and then you can repeat, basically.
Yes, he's got the ward.
15?
Is it on the Kotoa?
Yeah.
Okay, that hits.
14. Actually, 12 because he's not my favorite foe.
Okay.
And then I'll try to attack the big guy again.
Make a Wisdom saving throw. Exactly. DC 13.
17
hits exactly.
or 12 force.
Does it have exactly 12 hit points?
It actually had 4 hit points.
Yay!
Okay.
I'm free!
And then the thing too, if you didn't
Freedom!
have that feat, it would actually have been a disadvantage shooting down in the water like
Sure.
Yeah, that underwater.
Rayla's just like, sorry.
that. Wake up,
I shoot Raylan.
hey
And
Max.
That's fair. That's fair.
Oh,
That's fair.
sorry, it was the aboleth. He was still controlling me.
Leah, you wake up as if from a fog, with Raylan trying to trying unsuccessfully to slap you.
All right. I'll just kind of push her away, and I'll shoot a couple of shots at this thing.
Don't touch me.
But I will use my bonus action to move my hunter's
Hunter's mark.
mark over to it.
All right. So it would have cover.
Oh, could I like go to here, or can I get an angle on it where this thing
Sure,
does
there you,
not cover?
there you can do that. Absolutely. There you go. Oh yeah, those will all hit. Leah's angry.
So first one is 18, 22 damage.
Yep.
Does that kill it?
Nope.
Okay, 15 to hit for 16 damage.
Still up. If it
These
had an
things
aura,
are very beefy boys.
if it had a working aura, it would be red.
Okay. That's it for me. That's bonus action and action.
Balazar, Leah seems to be functioning normally once again.
Well, that's good. There's this asshole in front of me,
Yes, there is.
and I'm going to.
Ruin his life.
Let's see. He's got me grappled.
He does.
I am going to try to mind sliver him. He needs to make an intelligence save.
I almost clicked on the wrong one. I'm like, +4? That doesn't seem right. And I was looking at the aboleth.
Ah.
What the hell?
All right. Cool. Mind sliver. 5 damage.
It's better than 2 damage.
And he has a minus D4 to any future save,
All right.
or to his next save.
Is that all for you?
That is it.
All right. This one's going to swim up to Leah. And this will be 2 at Raylan and 2 at Leah. So Raylan. 5 piercing, and Raylan, you're grappled.
Awesome.
This is on Leah.
The 19 hits.
Was that the one that had me
Piercing?
grappled?
Oh, you're right. It actually couldn't do this. So that would have been at you, Balazar, not at Raylan. So Raylan doesn't take 5 damage. Instead, Balazar takes 5 damage.
Okay.
And 3 piercing on Leah.
Yep.
And this one over here is going to cast Sacred Flame at max. Take 2 radiant damage. And as a bonus, actually, yeah, that's right. And as a bonus action, he's going to cast Shield of Faith on one of his friends in the front, the one in front of Leah.
Okay.
Raylan.
I'm gonna stab the guy who grabbed me.
He already had Balazar grabbed, so he actually didn't grab you.
I stab this guy. I think there's a guy there. He's
Yeah,
dark.
there is. He's right there.
Can you just get rid of that black part there? I know it's a wall, but
Come on now.
it's okay. You don't have to.
15.
15 does hit, yes.
And 14.
14 also hits. That takes him down.
Thank God.
You are ungrappled, Balazar.
Yay.
How injured is
Yay.
Leonel?
I'm still up. Still okay.
All right.
Less than half, but you know.
Okay. That's it for me.
These things don't hit very hard, so I'm not all that worried, to be honest. Also, don't forget about this one back here. This one's not
Yep,
being pilot.
No, he's the one that cast at max and cast Shield of Faith because he can't get to
Oh.
any of you guys. Yeah.
This thing cast?
Yep.
Oh. Thought that came from that guy.
Crazy,
But I
right?
guess that makes sense.
Oh, now we get to see if that guy was under my control or is actually with him.
Yeah, I'm
Probably.
actually I'm looking him up right now. Actually,
You would think that this guy isn't just willingly running around down here with a bunch of fish people.
You could just be weirdo.
That's true.
Could just be really into fish.
For a second there, I thought Raylan was just going to start following you. I'm just kidding.
I thought I had a solid plan. I thought Drop Darkness and Book It was a good plan, but everyone's like, nah, we got this.
What is his name?
That's not on me. I went first. I initiated my plan. I followed through. I'm a follower througher.
I will say, the very next turn it was dispelled.
Well, I was already committed to the plan.
You also didn't run the turn that you did darkness. You ran the turn afterwards.
You think it doing a whole bunch of magic makes me rethink my plan? No, I'm like, it's doing magic. This plan is doubly good.
You see the priest when the aboleth is slain. In anguish, she cries out, "No! No! My promise!" And he casts Sacred Flame at Max. Max.
I'm gonna walk over to this guy and I'm gonna drop 2 arrows right on top of his head.
He's like standing on the, not in the water. He's on the little shelf there. By the way, he doesn't want to.
Okay. Yeah, still.
All right.
23 and 12. Clear water.
Yeah, those 12 doesn't hit. The 23 does.
Okay, and I'm using favorite foe on him. So 15 force damage.
He seems pretty wounded. His aura would be bright red.
Right, and that's it. Oh man, I would have done something else for cat.
Leah.
I want to try to come up here, pull out my dagger, and try to knock this guy out if I can.
Well, you can't really go there. He was actually below,
Oh.
like here. He was just kind of off to the side for space. You can see how it's.
Oh yeah, there's no room. You're right.
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
Yep, 24 hits.
I'm with you, Jay. I want to know what his promise was.
For 12 damage.
Mm-hmm.
And another one. 15 to hit. For 14 damage.
He's still going.
All right.
Balazar.
Let's see. I'm starting to run low on the spell slots.
I have 0 of the spell slots.
This guy right here is in my way,
I
though.
have a whole bunch of spell slots.
So I want him to make a DC 14 con save.
The Dorkness was my last spell slot.
Okay, I'm levitating him. He is plastered up against the ceiling 20 feet in the air.
Okay. Is that it for you?
And I'm moving to right here.
All right. This one will attack you twice. 15.
15 hits. Do I? I'll shield it.
All right. And then the one on the ground will cast or the one that's floating in the air will cast Sacred Flame on you.
That hits.
3 radiant damage, and then you need to make a concentration check. Yeah. Good to know, Raylan.
Can I move that far?
Remember, it's all swimming now.
Yeah, I'm going to actually move over to Leodel, and I'm going to... even underwater, my hands erupt into flames, and I place them onto Leodel, and as my skin burns away, the flames heal some of her wounds. So I'll give her 10 of my hit points.
What? Your skin burns?
My skin burns away, and the flame seals your wounds.
What does it look like after it's done?
Burnt.
Oh.
Is that it for you?
What does Leoda look like after it's done? Is it like pristine?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm confused and
I just say, sorry about that. Little miscommunication.
I'm looking at you like,
I have no idea what to do.
right. What the?
Atlavast casts Sacred
I was
Flame
mad. Now I'm just confused.
at Max again. Max?
I'm gonna walk down the wall, and I will use my life drain on him.
Hits.
No planar warrior, favorite foe. I'm trying to do this non-lethally if possible.
I don't think you can life drain non-lethally.
Yeah,
Or
no way.
necrotic.
I did it to the guy in the alley.
A little different, I think. In the
This is not a controlled environment.
yeah.
That's fair.
His
There's no
life
safe word
force,
here.
Yeah, drains away. His skin turns pale and ash, and his shriveled body collapses into the water and sinks to below.
This is the priest.
He had less health than I thought.
Leah?
Well, you shot him once and it almost killed him, so I'm not surprised.
18 damage.
The one on the roof? Yeah, that kills him.
Yeah, the one in front of me, yeah.
Yeah, it's 17.
I will drop levitate so his corpse lands on top of Raylan's head.
Ray, you get a quote to a fish lands on you.
Oh, was he not? in my-
Raylana begins swearing in
Wow.
that language you don't understand.
Nah, he probably died.
Just like,
What were you saying, Jay?
Nah, never mind.
sorry.
It's okay.
Balathar?
That's it for me.
There's this guy right beside me.
Yep.
Would I have been able to take my second attack?
I don't see why not.
Okay, I would have attacked this thing down here.
Alright, go for it.
Plan to warn. I missed.
11
I
hits?
was 11. Oh, wow. 13.
He has a very red aura.
I'm gonna move and take the opportunity attack.
It's like a crimson or a scarlet.
Very.
Or yes.
Okay, never mind, because he grapples me, I don't move.
And 8 piercing.
Ow, he hit me hard. So I'll mind sliver him. Intellect save, please. Yeah, it's a fail. 3
He has
damage.
3 health left.
Afterwards, I would probably try to use Cure Wounds on the priest, see if that.
Well, it doesn't specifically say that. I mean, it would be DM ruling, but Life Drain doesn't say that they die.
Yeah.
I don't think you could non-lethally do it.
No, but I don't think
mean-
he is necessarily dead. I think he could be
Oh,
cured.
He
unconscious.
could be unconscious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you just give him a good berry.
Or
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
or
It's only been 2 rounds, so you could get to him if you wanted to fast
Yeah.
enough.
I would
mean,
get to him, just
you
give
don't
him a
you don't have to
berry.
heal him. You would know I have a healer's kit. We can stabilize him.
I also have a healer's kit, so I would probably
Yeah,
just use
just-
that too.
And we'll
Yeah, just use
stabilize
that.
him, tie him up, and we'll take him back with us.
Oh.
I would like to swim over to this thing though.
I just had to make sure I used it so Raylan didn't see it. So Raylan doesn't know I used that.
Leah, you notice on the floating body of the aboleth, it seems to be like secreting this foul, pustule slime around its body.
So I would surmise that's why it's all slimy in here.
That would seem to be a
Yeah.
reasonable assumption, yes.
Let me roll a perception real quick. Okay, I would say Balazar would say,
Leodel, do not touch its slime. It could make it toxin so that you cannot breathe air.
Oh, really?
Can I put on a pair of hunter's gloves and start inspecting it? Cause I wanna get a closer look at this thing.
You can try, certainly.
I would walk up to Lildell and ask her if she wants me to do it. Slime won't really affect me.
All right,
this-
if you like. What I think that this is. Let's see. I guess it would be wisdom either way. So I'm gonna touch you on the shoulder. And I'm gonna cast enhance ability on you, and I'm gonna give you Owl's wisdom.
Ow, wisdom.
Gives you advantage on wisdom checks.
Okay.
So if you want to inspect it, I would like to try to see if I know what this creature is. I guess I'll help him, but won't touch it.
I would be
Alright.
following their instructions
that
on
would be-
what to do.
I guess
Basically,
that would be giving him advantage anyway. So kind of.
So what is it they're trying to do with it exactly?
I think they're just trying to see what it is.
Well, I would like to try to see if we can harvest anything from it.
I gotcha.
yeah. I
So who's-
assume
So who's attempting to do that?
I am.
Make a Constitution saving throw, please.
13.
I hate when you try to do a thing and the DM says make a Constitution saving throw.
Max, as you begin to try to dissect and move the creature, you feel this mucus kind of start to seep into you, even past your gloves and your clothes, and you start to suffocate in the air.
Aren't we underwater?
If he was above water, he will suffocate. If he's under water, he will breathe.
I think he was floating above the water.
Except I don't need to breathe.
Oh, it's true. Let's see. Hold on. What exactly does your thing say, Marcus?
You don't need to breathe.
Okay, yeah, then it would have no effect on you whatsoever.
Okay.
Yep, so you're fine.
That if that had happened to you, Jay, we would have had to have gotten 6th level healing magic to counteract it, which would have been very expensive.
Interesting.
I propose that we move Mr. Stabilized to somewhere with air.
That's probably a good idea. Balzar's going to search the dead pirate.
Following
Very good.
Leodell's instructions, I will try and cut up this thing.
Make a
harvest
survival
everything.
check with advantage.
Hey!
Hey,
You harvested
nice.
well.
And I'll try to make sure all that mucus and stuff is removed off of it too. That way, if she touches it, nothing will happen.
All right. You can put something in your inventory, Leah, so you know what it's referring to, like
Sure.
Aboleth ooze.
whatever,
Aboleth
yeah.
parts. Yeah.
Aboleth giblets.
Aboleth things.
Aboleth guts.
I take one piece that still has a lot of mucus on it. Hey, Raylan.
Why does Max hate all of my characters immediately?
Raylan's a coward. That's what Max's impression is right now.
I mean, yeah. We all kind of have a uniformed reaction to that.
Balazar, he
Okay.
does have a few trinkets on him. He has a silver chain with a black dragon pendant around his neck worth 50 gold pieces.
Balazar will see that and just hiss. Just.
And also, to be fair, Thomas, Max didn't like Baldrum because Baldrum was kind of rude to him first.
That's Baldrum. Baldrum's a rude guy.
Was.
I'm devastated.
Emotional damage.
I'm still processing grief, you son of a bitch.
Like Stephen Hughes videos.
That's what's on Captain Blackdagger.
Doesn't look like any of it's probably magical.
Oh, it's not magic.
Oh no.
I can't believe it's not so.
Would there have been anything on the Wraith?
No, probably not.
It would have basically dissolved when it would dead.
Okay. So
Well,
now the big question is,
I'm gonna
why
take
did the undead
Mr.
come down here?
I'm gonna take Mr. Stabilized over here.
Oh, okay.
I thought we took him up to the.
Yeah, I kind of.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. No, that's fine too. I'm fine with that.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, this is probably up here is probably going to be harder to climb. because of the sticky.
Do I know
ooze.
what the statue is, like, lore-wise?
It appears kind of a generico, like
So
statue of a
generico?
knight.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to search this priest guy too, and be sure to remove his arcane focus.
Okay. His arcane focus is a holy symbol that's been kind of defaced a little bit.
Mm.
It's like
Yeah.
he's like an oathbreaker wizard.
Yeah, he has. He's kind of wearing a beat up chain shirt and has a mace that he never used.
Does the how what kind of quality does the mace look?
Average.
Okay.
Should we wake him up? Talk to him?
Yes, I think so.
Balazar, I'll just slap him on the face.
We have him tied up at this point.
Yeah.
I know it was a bit awkward back there, but may I lead this discussion? Just like while he's coming to.
I'll kind of raise my hand up, like, go ahead.
As he wakes up, he kind of like groggily opens his eyes, and then once he kind of realize he opens his eyes fully, like he goes, "No, my master, where is he?" And he starts flopping around like a fish. He's like trying to get to the water, and he sees Max. He goes, "You!" And he starts flopping toward Max. He's trying to like hit him, but you guys have him tied, so.
Raylan would grab him and like turn his head so that he looked into her eyes, and her eyes would flash red, and she would say, "When you find yourself in hell, toiling and gnashing your teeth, burning forever, unable to become ash, you will regret not answering our questions."
He tries to bite you.
What the fuck? That hits.
Take 1 point of piercing damage.
You guys would immediately tell Raylan's gonna fucking kill this guy if no one steps in.
I would try to stop you from killing him. Then with trouble stabilizing afterwards.
She's pissed. She's done with this interrogation. She goes somewhere else.
He starts crying uncontrollably, and then he kind of alternates between like fits of uncontrollable crying and just like absolute sheer rage, where he'll try to attack anybody that gets close to him.
Why did you serve the aboleth?
I hate you all.
I believe this man's mind is having broke.
You mentioned a promise.
I'll kill you! And he starts flopping towards Max again.
You know there, laddie. We can bring back the aboleth if you answer our questions.
Make a deception check.
I'll guide you.
I really wish it wasn't me doing this, but
It's a 7.
Wow, that's very low rolls. How do you
Yep.
roll? How do you roll a -1? Oh no, never mind.
-2 for this one. Hey, maybe he'll roll a really low insight.
He says, "You lie!" And he starts trying to slam his head into you.
Does anyone mind if I just? Are we
I
good?
put my hand out on his head just to keep him from being able to do that.
He's gonna try to bite
He
you
tries
now.
to bite you.
Fuck.
He misses.
Raylan's just got the rapier.
I'm
Like,
gonna pull out my dagger and I'm just gonna hit him in the middle of the head with the blunt end and just knock him back out.
All right, easily done.
This man is being insane. He's beyond help.
Well, I think we should leave the lawmakers of the city to that decision.
I don't know if it would help at all, but I could try casting protection from good and evil on him. See if it has any effect at all.
The thing that might have been mind controlling him is dead. I think it will have no effect. I think he is just being insane.
I don't trust the lawmakers of the city. We've already shown that minds can be manipulated, and we don't know who we can trust. I think it's best to just dispatch him. It would be a kindness, truly.
Oh, now
On
that the
that,
fighting
we
is done.
agree.
I suppose that I overstepped before, so I will leave this decision up to you, Theodore.
I don't know.
Is this truly a life to be living?
Balazar slits his throat.
All right.
Raylan looks satisfied. She's got like a little smug smirk on her face.
Jesus, Balazar. Wasn't expecting you to do that.
We were wasting time.
And Raylan will go stand over him and say a prayer in that language you guys don't speak.
How do you know we don't speak it?
I don't think you guys speak it.
What language is it?
What languages do you speak?
Aquan, Celestial, Common, Draconic, Elvish, Sylvan.
Nope.
Draconic, Common, and Primordial.
Nope.
Leia starts walking back this direction.
When I get tongues, then.
Mhm.
Balazar wants to check this room. He wants to inspect this room real quick.
Which room is this room?
The one with the statue of the dude.
Okay, make an investigation check.
With guidance. 15.
Doesn't really appear to be much of interest in here.
As Leodell's leaving, Balazar would say,
Do you mind if we take a brief respite? I used much of my magic and I'm a bit winded.
I need to find new robes.
Oh, I guess I didn't tell you this, Balazar. But, there's a room.
Balazar.
Bally-Czar.
But there's a room full of books from ground to ceiling in the other direction down there.
Could I don't think I could be checking over all of the books in that room while having a short rest, could I?
I mean, I don't see why reading books wouldn't count as a short rest, but
That's fair.
Yeah,
What do you...
I think you could search them in there, sure.
Okay.
grab some and then sit down. And...
Where are you guys gonna
Yep.
go take a long rest? In the
A short rest.
foul-smelling fish?
Yeah,
fish
but we're
room?
not going to go over this bridge. So that bridge is slippery and
Okay,
uphill.
we'll go the long way.
way.
But
No, I would
in
start
the- in
walking up this bridge.
All right,
Unless
well,
it's good.
have fun.
He has a climbing speed, so.
Oh,
All right, so you guys do eventually make
I
it
don't
in there.
get
So
that.
which?
I don't get that until next level.
Yeah.
All right, that is room.
And swimming speed next level as well.
I know.
E4.
Well, that'd be nice.
Yeah.
See why I didn't want the Mariner's armor.
Make an investigation check. Whoever's in there.
I will...
I'm not investigating.
I will.
Resting.
I will
Yep.
cast enhance ability, and I will give you the
Advan-
intellect one.
Nice. I will also guide myself.
Let's see.
19.
Fox is cunning.
Raylan is looking for new robes.
All the books that you see in here, there are definitely some valuable books here, but they're not anything more than simply valuable books.
Okay.
I want to look for secret passages.
I will begin the process of a short rest.
I will also begin the process of a short rest.
No +1, but 16 for any secret passages.
Don't find anything.
Are we able to short rest successfully?
Yes, you were able to short rest successfully.
So that's 19. 3 hit points off of max, that's fine. And let's see. Took 3 hit die. So wizard level rounded up, so I can get 3 spell slot or 3 levels of spell slot back. So I will get 3 first level spell slots back.
In the during the short rest, I will be talking to Raylan, asking her about her abilities and how she got them and all that stuff.
Oh, it's just something that runs in my family, sorcerer's blood. My mother and father hid themselves away. They didn't really participate in the magics, but when I was old enough, I set out for a little while to try to see what I could do. Ended up imprisoned for a while, and now I'm out and trying to see what's out there in the world for me.
Really, you're a sorcerer.
So are you like a wizard or sorcerer or?
I don't think so. I never really studied magic. I just have these abilities. I mean, you saw some of them. I can brand creatures as my foes and inflict dangers upon them, and I can bend some to my will as well. Those are the main utilities within my ability.
Your personality really changes when you get into combat or into a fight.
Well, adrenaline and things, you know.
Balazar is gonna look over towards Max and say,
The power is in her blood, though. Differently from how it is in mine.
That's very interesting. Probably have no clue what it means. Just that it's similar but different. I take it.
She did not have to study. It is all instinct.
Yes, Balazar understands.
Ah, so what you're saying is that she's smarter than you, does not have to study to use her abilities.
No,
Jokingly, is how I say it.
I'm saying she is able to do it intuitively, but is limited.
No, I actually came here because I was looking for. Well, I must confess I was dishonest with you all before. I did not think that the Lore Master was infected with this tadpole, you see.
Did you just say you not think? You did not think that there were? What you just said?
No, I believe him to be possessed by some sort of infernal power. And one of the things that I've taken to in my free time is hunting those that are possessed and freeing them of their affliction, similar to that priest back there. And I thought if I made it seem like my goals aligned with your own, that this affliction was due to these illithid, that you would assist me and we would both progress our ventures.
How would we progress our venture on the illithid?
Well, I figured he'd have some type of information, you know, that's useful to you. And look at all the illithid stuff happening. Plus, I got you into the library.
What illithid stuff happening?
I mean, that fish was clearly some type of tadpole creature.
Aboleth, not illithid, different.
Well, you wouldn't know that if I didn't get you all into the Tower of Knowledge to study.
Balazar just squints at her.
Hey, Brian.
Whew, I am beat.
Do we know if this was Lord Master Altocrate or whatever?
That's what I'm thinking.
Based on what you know of him from your conversations over dinner, you speculate that yes, it's him.
Okay. Should we go up and tell the other Lord Master what happened down here?
Might have been a good reason to bring him back.
Yeah. In hindsight, yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I'm like,
Balazar looks at his knife covered in blood.
Let's just say that he,
Balazar uses prestidigitation to remove the blood from his knife.
The Aboleth killed him before we could get to him.
no,
Yeah,
it was one of the
wieldily
skeletons that killed him.
sliced his throat with a knife.
Let's
A
just say it was
psychic
one of the
knife.
skeletons.
Sorry, what'd you say, Max?
Hey, let's just say it was one of the skeletons that killed him.
Yep.
Did not.
I think I should do the talking.
Should I go grab his body?
Damn, I could really use some more of those robes.
There's still some more up this way. We haven't gone that way. Oh no, that's where it ends. That's where the map ends. Okay.
I'm gonna
There's
go back.
nothing. There's nothing else up that way, is there, Brian? Or
No.
is there?
That is where the map
Okay.
ends.
Okay.
I'm gonna go back and grab his body and bring it back up here after our short rest.
Hold on a minute.
I guess we didn't need to short rest because we were done, but
Well, who knows? We might go up there and
Now the
No,
lore
true.
masters are like, you guys are under arrest.
It was Raylan. She did it.
So are you guys taking off out of here?
Balazar slit his throat.
Or-
Yeah, I think we're getting out of here.
what I wanna search through these books real quick if we're not doing anything else here. So
Okay.
I would actually have done that while I still had the foxes counting. I would have done that before the rest because I didn't realize we were done here. So I will guide myself.
Sure.
Oh, looking good. 28.
Hold on one moment. It's basically the same as the other room. There's nothing in here other than books, some of which would be expensive books, but books nonetheless.
I will not steal their expensive books.
And 4
Probably
spell
good.
scrolls of wish.
They wouldn't like that.
Before we go back up, Berlin would just say, before we do progress on to whatever's next, if I come with you in these pursuit of these illithid creatures, which it seems like you all are interested in learning more about and getting in the way of their plans, I would be willing to help you if you'd, of course, have me. Still after that bit of tomfoolery back there, but if you would, I would promise to be only honest with you in the future about my intentions, and perhaps if we see any devils along the way, you all could help me dispatch of them as well.
I will start
I'm gonna
talking.
I'm gonna look over at Max significantly and say, yes, I believe that secrets between allies is not a very good idea.
Yeah, no, sorry. Roll next character, please.
Balazar is gonna start discussing with Max and Leodel and Draconic.
Raylan's taking the lore master's robes off in the other room with the hopes that Balazar can mend them and she can put them on.
Okay.
I lit my other robes on fire.
So Balazar's just basically asking Max and Leodel, what do you guys think?
Max would be fine with it. I mean, he's kept secrets too, so who knows how it is.
Less worried about the secret intentions and more about the overt cowardice.
Hard to say if she is coward yet. Bless her. Dangerous.
And metagame, the thing didn't have orangish red health.
That is also true.
Like I was ready to like throw around a damage at it and see what the health bar looked like. If it were still that green, I would have been like, fuck yeah, let's get out
Yeah,
of here.
I'm gonna try to figure out.
Yeah, I just
Plus I'm a
think
giant.
You probably just need to take off the aura thing and add it back on.
Yeah,
I've had
that's
to
what
do
I
that
think
a
I've
couple
already.
of times in my
I think I-
games.
Yeah, I think I've done that once already and it didn't work, but I'm gonna try it again. The aura thing is real nice when it works.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
Mac
I don't think Thomas's character would have been like, let's get the fuck out of here like that if the thing had.
I don't think. I also don't think she was like panicked running away. She was like,
Hey, we're all gonna run away, right? Because this is a terrible place.
well,
to
I think she was just like, okay, these things are fighting. We don't need to be involved in this. Let's just go come up with a plan. I don't think she was like, run. She was just kind of like, all right, time to go, darkness.
Yeah, well, and me and Max were kind of unclear with what our intentions were. So,
Sure, but Leodell has a 7 charisma and is having trouble getting on the same wavelength as that.
well, that's not.
but yeah.
Would that be charisma, or would that be more of like an insight thing?
Yeah, and I think Raylan felt really
She's
bad.
she's just
actually
awkward.
she also feels bad about it. She was like, "Here, let me give you some of my health. I feel bad about that. That one's on me."
Yeah.
Let me cast darkness, see everyone else fight, and then run away next round.
I'm concerned, but I suppose we could give her another chance.
Probationary group member,
There we go.
Proby.
If we don't like it, we'll just have Thomas roll another character.
Right, we'll kill her. We'll suck her brain out through her nose or something.
So awkward.
To beat one's enemy, one must know their enemy. Just like what? Just like try to eat a brain, like.
Hey, if Daenerys can eat a horse heart,
Is
then we
that
can
a
eat
good
his
place to
brain.
end, Brian? I know you're very tired, and we've been playing for 4.5 hours.
Yeah,
5 hours?
basically-
5.5 hours.
Yeah, basically once you leave here, so if you guys are planning on being done with the dungeon, that's what we're stopped basically.
think we're
So
done.
I don't think there's
No.
any more dungeon for us to explore.
So
I
we'll
could be
we'll
wrong, I
discuss. We'll discuss for a bit, and then Balazar will say to Reyna,
The way I am seeing it, you are owing us a favor.
Fair enough. I think that's understandable. We'll say that I'm in debt a little bit, and afterwards we can see about being business partners once I've paid you back.
Very well.
All right, well that is where we will end for the evening then.
that was a fun session.
Yeah.
5.5 hours. That might be our longest one ever.
Pretty close. Do you guys go up to level 6?
Yay!
Yay! That's gonna take forever.
I can upgrade my stick. Oh, are you an unearthed arcana, or are you a kobold press?
Yeah, you don't know what I am.
Exactly.
I'm everything and
You're-
nothing. I'm your worst fucking nightmare.
You're a fucking weirdo.
Aren't we
Oh,
all?
weirdo with a lot of hit points.
Fighter?
You don't know what I am.
Are you an Eldritch Knight?
Oh, check this out, guys. So I don't know if you realize I've been changing the start page with art from
I have
Uh-huh.
noticed.
or with art from the book. Check this out. Hold on. Let me show you something. This is going to be cool.
Oh boy, I get Bond of Mutual Suffering this level.
Oh, that sounds like a cool ability for cool guys.
It is cool. Cool guy ability.
It is going to be right there. All right.
That pretending to be a fucking lore master into the library is one of my favorite D&D moments ever.
That was pretty fucking great.
Yep, that's me.
Totally. Yeah, absolutely.
I now have a swim speed.
Me too.
I now have 2 of the most important spells for a wizard to have.
I don't get any new spell slots at this level. That makes me sad.
What are those? Identify, detect magic.
No, I've had those.
There you go. This is one of my favorite ones from the book, actually.
I'll give you one more guess, Marcus.
Oh, that's a cool one.
Look, it's the attack on Neverwinter, the
That's
ghost
them-
pirate
that's them
ship
going through the boat,
the
huh?
bridge
Yeah.
with Captain Blackdagger right there on the ship. The party trying to keep up with him.
That is good art.
Good art, right?
And that's our party.
At first glance,
Yeah,
I was
totally.
like, "Oh, it's Keyleth."
It does look exactly like Keyleth, huh?
I was like, "Nah, there's no antlers."
They couldn't have picked a more Keyleth looking character.
All right, well, that's a long enough recording, I'm sure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Bye,
it's gonna
Future
take
Us.
that was a marathon session there.